And this direction too. There we go. Yeah. Let's see. Are we all the way over? Thanks for coming by. Good.
We're testing it out.
Spiritual enlightenment.
I'm gonna have to refresh it.
Perception.
It works. And here you are.
That's a good reason.
Oh, wait, that was better. Sorry, that's not you. I don't know
The land that we use as well. Purchase item tonight.
We have a regular here.
Best to do. Go-to guy.
What's that? We know your time's valuable, so we appreciate it.
I want next week to be now.
It's the center of the earth. It does. It's just seems like work is free.
And we're on what happened, right?
The beginning and the end.
How are you? Another trip there?
And we'd like to welcome everyone to the council meeting this evening. We note that council members Meetham, there we are. Council member Meetham is not with us yet. We've asked Gary Yates to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then Eric Jensen will offer opening remarks.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, wait, Councilmember, you can say something. Our Heavenly Father, we bow our heads before you this evening. We're grateful to be gathered together as a community, friends and neighbors. We're grateful for this opportunity we have to listen and discuss ideas that help better our community. And be able to come together and understand each other and reach across the aisle with each other. Again, we're grateful to be members of this great community of Pleasant Grove. Being able to know each other and know our neighbors. And we say these things in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Councilmember Meekum has arrived. Okay. We had one change to the agenda that I'm aware of. Item 7A will be continued to the 10th. Are there any other changes?
No.
Council? Okay, not all. Entertain a motion.
Make the motion to approve tonight's agenda with 7A being continued to March 10th.
Motion by Sid,
Second.
second by Hannah. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Just so everyone is aware, we're live streaming tonight. We're attempting to live stream. Is that right, Jay? Is it working?
It's working.
Okay, good. So in the future, if you really don't want to come down and actually, you can stay at home and kind of do the same
So
thing.
what website is this? Is this like a new thing happening every week, or what website is it going to?
Jay?
It's on Facebook and it's on YouTube, so you can
And we're on Facebook.
go to the PG Citizens page. You'll find the link there.
So can anybody see it, or do you have to be in the group of PG citizens?
Anybody can see it. Yeah, even if you don't have a Facebook account.
Anybody can join Pleasant Grove Citizens.
Right, I was just clarifying rather, that will motivate everyone to join.
Okay, we'll have an open session now. And this is a time for anyone in the public that would like to address an item that is either not open for public discussion tonight, or it's something that's not on the agenda and you'd like to bring before the city council. So please come up and state your name and address. Each of the scouts in the room can take a turn at coming up and public speaking. Impromptu, your subject is citizenship in the community. We'll start with you.
Oh, they just got the podium.
All right. Does anyone want to speak in the open session? Okay. We'll close the open session. Come up here to look at 6A and B, the consent items. Are there any questions or comments on those? If not, I'll entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
I'll make the motion that we approve the consent agenda items as printed.
And I'll second it.
Motion by Cindy, second by Diana. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, 7A, we're going to postpone. Item 8A is a continued item. To consider for approval of St. John Properties request to develop less than the required 50% of retail uses in one of the project areas in the Grove Interchange Subdistrict Parcel 1 on Map 2 Project Areas Exhibit 10-14-24-3, and to transfer the retail use requirements to Parcel 2 and Number 3 of Map 2. Note, said request is pursuant to the terms of Land Use Code 6500, which I believe, do we have a copy of that? Is that what this is, Ken? Or is this the subsection?
It's 6500 is on, no, it's not a subsection, it's just one of the land use numbers.
Okay.
Under the subsection.
Oh, there it is. Okay, page 2. Thank you. in the Pleasant Grove Municipal Code, section 101423. I said it again, 101424-3. Approval of said request will effectively eliminate any retail use requirement in parcel number 1 and increase the retail use requirement on parcels 2 and 3 to a minimum of 68% of the total acreage of parcels 2 and 3, approximately 26.85 acres minimum. And Ken is going to lead out on this, is that right?
If it's okay, I'll lead out.
Okay, Scott.
Kind of get a little recap and set the stage on what our discussion needs to be tonight. Last week, we had this item on the agenda and had the discussion. If people aren't familiar with the map, we have 3 parcels in the Grove Zone right now that are required to have at least 50% retail. One of those parcels is just in front of the Synergy building, and then the other 2 are to the south of that, east of that, across Pleasant Grove Boulevard. Those 2 parcels are adjacent to the hotel property. So what St. John's wants to come and do a development in the community. They read our code. Our code said, instead of looking at each of those properties individually, the council can grant them the overall, looking at pretty much of it as one project area to account for if project area number 1 needs to end up being 100% office. The council can grant them an approval to do that as long as we get the retail on the other side of the street, which would take parcel 2 and 3 and make it a requirement that they have 68% of that acreage be retail. So when it all shakes out between the 3 parcels, we're still going to get at least our 50% retail. It's just going to be distributed differently. So what we were trying to council last week was the wording that you just read. A couple of the items of concern that came up last week was number 1, to make sure that if the council approves this, that this runs with the land. For instance, if St. John's Properties gets the approval of the council, but then turns around and ends up selling, let's just say the retail portion of it, the stuff that's across the street, the 40 acres, which would be parcel 2 and 3, that whoever purchases that from them is going to be required to do 68% retail, at least 68% retail at that point. It doesn't revert back to a 50-50. Again, that's a protection to the city that if across the street on parcel 1, if that does develop as 100% office, we just want to make sure we get our retail. Again, whether it's St. John's or some other developer, when it's all said and done, we get the retail that we have been seeking in that area. So that was issue number 1. Number 2 was making sure we had, I think, the definition of retail in there, something that was maybe a little bit more binding as opposed to what our code suggests. And this is where we've kind of run into a little bit of a snag. So the solution last week was to create a development agreement that would address this. It would just make it very clear what the responsibilities of St. John's Properties is in order to meet the intent of what the city has been requesting all along when we set up the original zoning to require 50-50. So as we put that together, we have some language in the agreement. First of all, that addresses running with the land. Nobody has issue with that. That's pretty straightforward. There is a paragraph in the development agreement that essentially states that they are required to have retail on 68% of the property, which is the intent of what we've been trying to do the whole time, but is actually inconsistent with what our code actually says. And so because of that issue, we have our code saying one thing, and then we have the development agreement saying the other thing. Now in spirit, they're saying the same thing. But if you get down to the actual wording, we could have a legal challenge on what that says. Because when we set up the 50-50, the wording in our code, and correct me if I get down the wrong road here, Ken, but we just said that 50% of it, more than 50% of that could not be professional services. So it doesn't say that the other 50 has to be retail. It just says that we can't have more than 50% of professional services. The assumption was that the other 50% was going to be a retail, a sales tax generator. Well, in some of those uses that are not outlined in professional services, a good example is a bank. A bank is not a retail, there's not a sales tax generated for the city if a bank were to go in there. So by what our code says, St. John's property would be able to put a bank in there and be able to count that as part of their retail property, or part of their retail requirement. So what we did in the agreement was to outline and make sure it was very specific that it had to be retail, it had to be a sales tax generator, which again is inconsistent with what our code is. And so we run into an issue, this becomes a legal issue, is that legally as a city, we can't create a development agreement that changes our code. We can't change our code via a development agreement. And so Tina's on vacation. When Daniel and I talked about this yesterday, this really comes back to a legal question, and we don't have our legal expert here to either advise us as a city to say, well, the wording works for us. Now, it's really our issue. It's not necessarily St. John's issue. And if I'm not, I'm going to let Daniel speak because there might be a little bit more than what I'm saying, but I'm trying to recap to the best I can kind of where I think we are. So we need to kind of figure that out. So that's why we got the code in front of you to show you, right now it doesn't expressly state that the other 50%, when in our minds, we say retail, but according to what our code says, there's probably 2 or 3 uses in there that are not sales tax generators. And so we tried to clean that up via the development agreement. That might be a legal issue for us. So we want to be able to talk through that a little bit and see where Daniel is on that, and because they have a time issue that we are all aware of. If this is something we need to wait till Monday when Tina's back in town, and I think we can hopefully get the wording resolved, or we could have pending legislation or something to say, okay, as a city council, we are going to now change our code that it expressly is going to say 50% retail, and kind of flip it so it doesn't address just the professional office, but the retail component of that. That's another way that we can do this. So really, you kind of have 2 things in front of you. If we did 8A, which was the item that was actually continued, that's what they were requesting. It doesn't specifically outline what retail means, doesn't specifically outline that this runs with the land. That's why the development agreement was created. That's actually item 8B. And so the council has options as to what you're comfortable with to keep the project going. And I think we probably need to let Daniel speak to let him represent kind of where they're at with the agreement.
Daniel, before you jump in, let me ask Scott, what part specifically of the development agreement causes the problem?
It was, I want to say it was section 1.3.
Okay, if we're saying section 1.3, did we also have a comment coming from an attorney that you're working with on section 1.3?
The overarching legal question is,
Can I ask one quick question first? On this list, I only see banking as the only thing that's not a sales tax.
Yeah,
Is there anything else?
If you wanted to look at
Unless I just,
the permitted uses list has mostly retail on it, from the first number 1511 down through 5970 would be considered retail. 6110 banking would not be. 6230 is a commercial service, but it's not necessarily considered retail.
It'd be like maybe a haircut place.
Yeah, barber, beauty shop. 6823 professional schools, 7233 convention halls. Although there may be some sales tax coming through them, they wouldn't necessarily fall in the retail category.
thanks for that clarification.
Daniel?
yeah, all good clarifications. And to address your question, Mayor, so the overarching legal concern that our attorneys had was contract zoning. We don't want to get anybody in trouble, whether it's us or the city, by effectuating a document that changes the zoning. And that could be the permitted uses, conditional uses, density. There are it's already prescribed what's permitted in the zone, and we don't want to contractually change that. So that was the overarching legal question. Whatever it is, whether it's language that's voted on here, development agreement, it needs to stay consistent with the conditional use that the city council has already granted, or not granted, it's already permitted in the zone. And I think by doing that, you can also avoid, this isn't a bad thing, but the public process associated with changing the zone. You have to notify property owners, adjoining property owners. You know the process better than I do. So we're just legally want to keep us and the city out of future trouble by not changing the zone in whatever form we do it.
So our legal counsel is actually out, right? Did your legal counsel have any suggestions on that language?
Yes, the suggestion is I think you've got the zoning code in front of you, to whether it's today or when Tina's back, whenever it's appropriate, and in whatever form, whether it's something that's read here or a development agreement, it has to stay consistent with line 6500, that the city council can grant an approval to combine those three project areas. That way we're not changing a use table. We're not changing any density. It's net neutral with retail and office. There's no change to the zone.
So that we are just looking at it as one piece of property as opposed to three property.
Correct.
Who designates that anyway? Separation? Is it us?
We did.
It's
We designate.
So we've got certain parcels in here designated as areas.
Yeah, so on your
Why?
handout there, you've got map number 2 on page 3. This map is part of your code. This map has been adopted and it's referred to on line 6500 on page 2. So this is telling us between the verbiage on page 2 and the map on page 3, we have 4 different areas, 3 of which are being discussed tonight. And the request is to combine those 1, 2, and 3 into one project area, which is already permitted now by code. And if you do so, that will allow the transfer of the 50% anywhere within that project area. So I personally don't believe it's necessary for us to, by development agreement or otherwise, try to stipulate that it runs with the land, because it already does by code. By the map and by what is already there in the code, no matter who owns it, we will require that.
and our legal agrees with that.
And that was, we never got over the hump on that last week. We never got to that point, right?
So let's stick with this language for a second and see if we all understand it. I'll just restate it and tell me where I'm screwing up. In the development agreement in section 1.3, I have to find the development agreement. In the development agreement, section 1.3, there's language that talks about the 68%, and it gets into descriptive trade between one parcel and the other. This is the language that both the city and your attorney have concerns with by adopting the development agreement that kind of supersedes what's already been permitted use in our land code.
Correct, and probably the larger issue is the change of permitted uses, not just the
Change of the permitted uses.
Correct.
Okay, so is the suggestion somehow that we're using the language out of 6500 instead? What's the suggestion here for the change? I thought I was hearing either a substitute language for 1.3, elimination of section 1.3. I'm trying to understand what staff is saying as far as you stick with the current code, eliminate that language from the development agreement, and you're covered. Ken is nodding his head on all points. Can you walk us through that so that logically we understand how that works?
Well, I feel with the review that we've already had and the code that has already been put into place, that the assurances of the type of development that we will get here are already regulated by code. And that I personally do not feel that a development agreement is necessary. I think it's redundant. But that's my opinion.
But that's why you have the land uses in front of you, to say, are we okay with these that are not considered professional office to be considered as retail,
It's part of the 68%.
as part of the 68%?
And we're not going to use the language 68%.
No, we're gonna keep with 68, but we're gonna stick with the permitted uses in front of you.
So just the permitted uses language in 1.3 is what we're gonna strike.
Well, so what Ken's saying is, we don't need the development agreement at all. He feels like this covers us. The development agreement, in some ways, might just be the additional protection or redundancy. But if we're going to, on 1.3, refer to what our code is, then we need to change the language to 1.3, because that's not what it says.
No, it's just one
Yeah.
clarifying thing. So, following what you're saying, so if we go by just how the code is written right now, and we agree that parcel 1 is all commercial, not commercial, sorry, office, and that 2 and 3 then will be 67% of retail. So then these guys come in and build all of their office, and then somebody else takes over and they decide not to do it. So wouldn't that, if it is how it's written, wouldn't the new people then just have to do 50-50?
No, because if you approve by motion as it's allowed for in code to combine these areas,
Right.
then we have on record that they are not now areas 1, 2, and 3, they are area 1.
And
So
it
a
would
portion
be
of area
bound-
1 has been developed as offices, the rest
Right.
need to follow the 50-50.
Which would make it 68%.
Okay,
So in
Okay.
effect,
so,
we'd end up with more retail. It just wouldn't be configured the way that the code currently requires it in parcels 1, 2, 3. It could be master planned differently.
We are, just for the record, we're currently master planning all 40 acres for retail, and that's our intent. So,
But the code doesn't require that.
correct.
And so if you do that, we love you. However, there's the reality of what the market will bear and what the desires of the citizens are for this area. So somewhere there's a business decision here on what's going to really pencil.
And Brandon could probably speak to this better than I could. Our observation is we believe there's a market there for 40 acres of retail. Obviously, as a developer, you try to hedge, right?
Sure.
And I don't want to come in here and promise anything. And it would be nice, we can always fall back on the minimum requirement that the zone requires currently.
You're correct. So
Right.
Daniel's correct in that.
You want to step into
Yeah.
the mic? Sorry.
No, thank you. So Daniel is correct in that the acreage that really should be appropriately planned as majority retail is that which he's focusing on the east side of Pleasant Grove Boulevard. It's the acreage that has the right in, right out access. Any retailer of any significance or credibility is always going to gravitate toward that side. We have had no one credible seriously looking at the acreage on the west side in the BMW quadrant. And so, what he's, again, I think it's important to note, this developer isn't asking for any special treatment. They come to you with their hand not out, but really they're looking to come and actually conform with the existing zoning. They're looking more or less for a clarification. I fear that this is being over-engineered. This should have been approved last week. This is a lot of rehashing.
So that's
That's
make
unnecessary.
Let's make sure that we're on the same page. Rather than take the legal route, of trying to modify the language of the development agreement and then turn around and come back and deal with code issues or land use issues. We strike both of those and stick to the current land use codes and the current enforcement of the development percentages between retail and office. And then because there's one new landowner for those sections 1, 2, 3, and 4, we treat that whole thing as one project area and just apply the existing rules to them. So
Yes,
at a minimum, we come out with 50-50, but there's the upside that he's planning on 60.
You say areas 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're just talking 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I was looking at a map that had 4 areas.
We want to buy 4 too. No,
Okay,
I'm just, I'm
The
teasing.
map that has 4 areas.
17 million.
I didn't know 4 was for sale, Brandon.
But it's only 1, 2, and 3 that are asked to be combined.
Of course you're not looking at 4. Now I understand.
I will say that even if this developer fails to perform, heaven forbid, this is a much better scenario and much more realistic for the city relative to an appropriate balance of uses off Pleasant Grove Boulevard that is more market driven anyways. And frankly, whether you believe it or not, is going to result in more retail. That's going to be the byproduct of these discussions, whether it ends up in St. John or not. And so, we've been encouraging approval on this clarification, and that's what it is. This isn't a rezoning. This isn't any special concession. We're just merely asking for a clarification that is well within the guidelines of your current zoning ordinance for the growth.
So what action, if any, needs to be taken this evening on St. John's request?
That would be item 8A. I think it's 8A. So 8A is the item we continued from last week. 8B was the development agreement. If we feel confident that 8A takes care of what our intent was when we zoned it that way initially, then 8A will take care of that. 8B would be something that at this point we would take off and not worry about.
Can you see it the same way from
Yes.
a community development perspective? Daniel,
I agree.
we agree. Now, if we take action on this, obviously your attorney's not here.
That's all right.
Neither's ours.
Finally, we can get something done.
So,
Well, so on that point, 8A was what was agreed to last between the attorneys.
Yes.
That was the language that was agreed to last week. And so 8A has been approved by both attorneys,
But not by the council.
but not by the council.
okay, so we're gonna strike the development agreement and just focus on 8A. Okay. Any questions or discussions?
Let's have a little bit of discussion. I think it's important to note that Tina isn't present. She was the one that advised that we not rely upon simply the language from our understanding within the code, but that we either change the zoning or enter into the development agreement. Now, that may have been Tina erring on the side of being overcautious on a day when she had just recently been exposed to the issue, but that was a concern for her. And I'm a little bit surprised and concerned that we're seeing an effort to change the uses in that development agreement. I don't think that should happen. Clearly,
It can't happen.
Yeah. And so, from my perspective, the issue that mattered last week was to make sure that it ran with the land. We all agreed with that, and we all wanted to make sure that that happened. And if there's legal protections that need to be in place to ensure that that occurs the way that it should, I'm comfortable having those. I'm not comfortable having a change in land use, and I expect post facto kind of revision of our code for one developer. I think that's inappropriate.
So then in effect, you're agreeing with what we just discussed.
I'm agreeing with broadly the idea that we do not need a development agreement and should not have a development agreement, in my view, to adjust land uses. We should stay consistent with our table. I'm disagreeing to the extent that I think that there has been an argument advanced last week by a person who's not present this week that we do need some additional protection to ensure the running of the land. I understand that our development director doesn't view it that way. But that was the opinion expressed last week, and I do think it deserves some discussion before we proceed to completely eradicate the development agreement.
I think she was wrong. I think it was a completely flawed approach. And I mean, it really was not legal when it comes down to it.
Brandon doesn't like.
Well, but there's,
Am I wrong?
But
What did our legal counsel looked at it?
Yeah,
But at this point, the only thing your legal counsel is concerned about is the land uses. So if we strike the land uses, he was comfortable as he sat there with what Tina was agreeing with, that it just re-edified that it was going to run with the land. So in Ben's conversation is if we remove the land uses from that contract, last week, both attorneys were in agreement that we could put some teeth into it a little bit, whether people view it as necessary or unnecessary. We can move forward with your development knowing that, you know, that the attorneys have been heard, because I know your attorney was okay with it.
Yeah.
At that point also. It's the land use that's bringing up the issues, which I agree, we can't do that. So just a comment.
Are we saying proceed with the development agreement?
Right, well,
Or is that what you're saying?
or we could take the language from 8A and substitute that for the language in 1.3 in the development.
there are other issues with a development agreement. I think they're subliminal to this challenge of, you know, changing the zone, which we obviously don't want to do, but they're, especially with a retail development. So if we have a development agreement recorded against the land, you know, some retailers will lease land, some retailers, specifically pad site users, want to buy the dirt. If at any point the city and a developer, whether it's me or somebody else, wants to modify, amend, or change that development agreement, it encumbers a lot of land that could be owned by a lot of different users. And so there becomes issues of gathering signatures. And this is not a foreign concept to us. We've got a 400-acre development right now with this exact same issue. And we've got one landowner that's holding out a large financial benefit to a city because they're trying to milk it for as much as they can.
We've never had that.
Great. All I'm saying
Not
is
in
it
the
only,
last
it only,
6 years.
with a development agreement recorded, when you go to amend that, it is a completely different process that everybody should just be aware of. Could tie your hands or my hands.
Okay, so let's come back to the central issue. I want to make sure the council is all in the same place here. We are talking about not doing a development agreement and talking about relying upon the existing land use code or land uses and the code that exists for these areas. That's what we're talking about. And I think the issue that Ben has raised is that sufficient to guarantee the outcome that we think we're going to get the citizens, or does there need to be something else to make sure that it comes out that way? That's the question I think.
I think that's exactly right. So we were counseled last week that it was not sufficient, but there is absolute possibility everyone is fallible, right? And it could very well be that that wasn't ideal advice for us. I think we can move forward either way. I just want to make sure that this body understands the risks and understands the counsel that was received last week.
And is that your understanding as well?
yes, and I think that too, Tina, our attorney, was hearing our concerns about our discussions last week and may have gone in maybe the direction of going this way to put our fears at rest.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Protecting what she thinks she was hearing from.
I think that's a very good
Discussion.
question.
Yeah.
That agreement with Jay. So you,
Well, my understanding, if we move forward with this action, we as a council will still need to combine those three areas, is that what I'm doing? And if we do, this motion has uses.
They're not combined.
No.
They're not.
Well, you're giving permission to have them looked at as one
That's
project.
what we're doing.
So they're,
So,
they're physically not.
Okay, so we wouldn't make any action item regarding combining one, two, three.
When you say combining, you're talking about the actual
Making 1, 2, and 3 into one.
into one parcel?
Yes.
We could come back and amend the ordinance and do the map, so there's just 2 areas now, 1 and 2. So 4 becomes 2, and 1, 2, 3 becomes 1. We can do that, but I think, just by the verbiage in the code stating that the city council can approve the combination of those items. To me, but once you make a motion to do that, then they are now combined, whether it reflects that on the map or not. You know, we can go back and clean up the code, but I think effectively they are going to combine.
Right, and that's the discussion we had last week with Tina. And I asked her specifically, and she said, yes, that's what the intent is, but it's not ironclad, it's the way the phrase she used. But if we combine those two, then it becomes ironclad. I'm assuming, is it not?
So let me take a stab at what you're asking. I think the concern that you're raising is there another step involved after we take this action tonight where the council has to take 1, 2, and 3 and make it one area. And I
And
think
would it be safer for the city to do that?
I think the answer in this case kind of goes back to this concept of lot size averaging or some other city codes that we've had where a developer will come in with X number of acres, and one of the parcels they want to develop is 1,000 feet shy of what the whole thing is supposed to be as a residential. But we approve it anyway based on the fact that the total sum was still greater than the individual parts. And since those kinds of things are already in our code, we're protected.
Yeah, and I
This is
think,
going to come in as one project.
well, I think what Ken's saying is we could go back and in essence rezone this property and make this decision to seal the deal as far as 68% retail on it. We actually changed the zoning language that requires that. That's something we can do on the back end. Is that?
I guess I just defer that to Tina.
Well, and Tina suggested that too. She said that this is, in our discussion, she said, once we say, here's what we want them to do in order to protect us in the long term. Again, we're thinking worst case scenario right now, so everything falls apart. Is if we just go on the back end and rezone parcel 2 and 3 to require 68% retail on those 2 parcels, then that's the added protection the city has if something falls apart.
Do you have any issues with that?
I don't have any issues with that. An additional thought. So the question we're trying to answer is, does this approval run with the land, right? And take any zoning ordinance you have, light industrial, commercial, whatever it might be. There's permitted uses and conditional uses. If the requirement to get one of those conditional uses is to come in and get the city council's approval, when that's approved, it's granted, right? If the owner sells the building, the next owner doesn't come back and the city council doesn't go to the next owner and say, well, we just gave that approval for the prior owner. That approval runs with the land. It's the same identical process. It's a conditional use that with your approval can change the entitlement to the land.
So, other members?
I'm very comfortable with the uses, except for 5810. I want to talk about that for just a second. Does sushi include short ordering? I'm being very serious. We're going to have a lot of people in offices who are going to want to eat, and I think we have been very restrictive in our eating places. And does that also include a food court at a mall? Or,
So she's raising a very good point, because not too long ago, when the McDonald's agreement was reached, there were some restrictive covenants put in place that covered quite a bit of area and eliminated anything like them too in McDonald's.
Fast food was on the convenience store was on.
So we have this question now. Do the remaining land use codes still apply? Are they valid? Can a sushi house move in? You know, what do they call it? Fast casual now? Because I would think that I would think that 2,000-3,000 people living in that area are going to want places to drop downstairs, grab food, and do their thing.
Yeah, so that's a good question. That I don't know if we need to exactly answer that tonight, but you know, when the anchor store comes in and they say, well, you know, usually who follows us. Yeah, it's a Five Guys, and does that count as fast food or whatever? According to land use code, I don't know what the answer is to that. But if a Burger King wants to end up somewhere in this development, now right now that's not possible according to the zone. So either we're going to need to amend that according to what they feel like they can bring in, or we just say we don't want that in there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with what Scott's saying. I think, to go back a little bit, I think part of the reasoning, if you'll remember why we zoned out fast food at the time, is that McDonald's wanted to go in across in the area where they're proposing the offices, just right across the street from where they have been approved for, although they're not yet developed. So the concept or the fear that we had is, well, McDonald's wants to go in there. Is Del Taco and Burger King, and are we going to have a whole line of Anywhere USA off the freeway fast food row? And that's what we didn't want to have in that interchange sub-district. We wanted higher scale development to occur. But I think once, you know, you can always amend the code again and bring it back in. So it was kind of a protection to, until we get things rolling where we want them to be rolling, we don't want to now allow for fast food.
Okay, just, you're aware of the McDonald's agreement.
Yeah, and there's no rezone that can supersede a deed restriction.
Okay, so your eyes are wide open on this, you understand? Yeah. Okay. And there's a whole list of what's excluded. That's not dissuading you from moving forward.
Absolutely correct. I have to make a financial decision based on what's currently allowed. We're aware of that.
Okay.
I would love to open up the conversation at the appropriate time to expand this to other sales tax generating uses.
Sounds good. Okay. All right. Any other questions or concerns? Are we ready to vote?
I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
Can we do it? A comment, please? I want to tell Daniel thank you for answering all the questions, and just to reiterate the mayor's comment about master planning. We've had this conversation too. I think it's really crucial for our city to see in the near future, if you can, bring up some type of master planning so we can show that to our citizens on what's moving forward in the area. And encourage that and encourage the design that's planned for that area also. So I'd like to just say that and say thank you for those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy, and absolutely. We're confident we're going to deliver what you guys want.
Good.
We're excited, and the city's excited. I always get inundated with calls the days leading up to city council, and all but one of the number of people that talked to me all said, protect us, but make sure this happens, then we want St. John's here. So
thank you.
Thank you for that support.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We're excited.
All right, so we need a motion.
I'm gonna make the motion to approve item 8A. Should I read all that stuff?
Read it all.
Am I reading all of it? Okay. For approval of St. John Properties request to develop less than 35% retail uses in one of the project areas in New York Interchange Sub-District, parcel number 1 on map 2. Project areas exhibit to 10-14-24-3, and to transfer the retail use requirement to parcels number 2 and 3 of map 2. Note, said request is pursuant to the terms of Land Use Code 6500 in Pleasant Grove Municipal Code Section 10-14-24-3. Approval of said request will effectively eliminate any retail use requirement in parcel number 1 and increase the retail use requirement on parcels number 2 and 3 to a minimum of 68% of the total acreage of parcels number 2 and 3, approximately 26.85 acres minimum. Booyah.
We have a motion by Sid and a second by Jay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. It's unanimous.
Thank you.
That area 4, can you kind of educate us a little bit on that piece and whether the 50% is realistic on that piece and the access limitations to that piece?
Talking about the convention center piece?
Well, that 4 piece, yeah.
The 50-acre Hammond site?
Yes.
Yeah. That's the crown jewel piece that we're all held hostage on right now.
Yeah, but is it realistic, 50% retail on that?
Oh, yeah, it's probably unrealistic. It's probably unrealistic to think of anything less than probably 80-90% retail on that site, because that's our most prime retail frontage in the city of Pleasant Grove. I only wish we had an anchor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, and at the appropriate time, hopefully we'll either have a hotel convention center, and if not then, I'm confident that we'll have a complementary anchor that will go with what St. John is master planning. We're just fortunate to be forging ahead with the developer without any assurances on what the timing is going to be like relative to the Hammonds piece, which is a beautiful thing. I'd love nothing more than to see development prosper in that area and to see dirt flying and everything else without all of us waiting to see what happens. And it really is valid. I mean, we do have the right in, right out access. That signalized intersection, the integrity of that intersection has not been compromised in what we're trying to master plan for the area, can happen without any immediate resolution on Hammond.
Those being back off of the North County border, is there an issue with that?
No,
Being so far back away from that.
No, it's the prime freeway frontage. Frontage is that visibility, and those traffic counts are retail oriented.
Well, we have visibility on the west side.
Yeah. Yeah, I think retailers are going to be the ones that will place a premium on that parcel in the future, and it'll be an anchor. It'll be the 100-pound gorilla, the Cabela's of the future or something of that nature. Who knows who will be the most appropriate? But in the meantime, we'll be chasing them all for our piece. So,
What, I guess I'm gonna fire a question back. What's the status of the contract with the city, with Hammonds?
It's in place and secure. They have continued to make their payments on time, and they have guaranteed another 3 years. The non-guaranteed part that they're discussing is they're emerging from a long series of legal battles following the death of Mr. Hammonds. And they think that they'll be done with those late summer. And Jackie's hoping to be pushing dirt on the same project that was committed to sometime in the next 3 years.
That's great.
it's a beautiful thing. I'd love to see that use. I think Daniel shares the same view. It's complementary for the area, and with more corporate headquarters in North Utah County now than there was obviously 5 years ago, it's even more validated.
It goes back to Jay's question, hotel, it's not a traditional retail use, but there is sales tax revenue from room rentals. So,
Transient.
Yeah.
Most people stay at the foot of the mountain when they come in today.
Well, most people.
Preferably not the Clear Mountain.
On the one hand, we don't want to be
They're spending their money in Lehigh.
completely
Yeah,
impatient. On the other hand, we don't want to not be here to see it. But
See, this is a beautiful, this is a beautiful thing because we have a retail development that will be the catalyst regardless of what Hammond's timetable is, and it's complementary.
okay, thank you. All right, we need a motion to get rid of item B.
I make a motion to strike item B. And deny.
Deny. Okay.
Oh, okay. I make the motion to deny resolution 2015-07.
Okay, so do you have to do the paperwork thing or nothing?
Yes, please.
Okay. You have to write that new one.
You would deny like this. Deny, just say that. Like, not deny the resolution, I'm sorry.
Okay, motion to deny by Sid, who's second? Diana. By voice, Ben?
Yes.
Jay?
Yes.
Sid?
Yes.
Cindy?
Yes.
Diana?
Yes.
Okay, motion's unanimous. Right. There is nothing under section 9. We have section 10 now to discuss the items for next week's agenda.
We haven't done this yet. We're gonna flip flop those two so that we do 11 instead of 10 first, because we have a lot of people here for 11 things, so. In the
Okay.
future, we're gonna actually have that reversed on future agendas.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
That is just items for discussion, no action to be taken. Item A, 11A, discussion on rec center use policy. Are they connected? Oh, no. Okay.
Okay, in your packets, I've put a couple documents in there that we're gonna use as a reference. The first issue that I guess we need to address is teams that want to come in and use the rec center. So last year we had an issue of private coaches, people coming in that were being paid to provide a service, and they were using our facility as a way to provide that service. And so we addressed that by creating a policy, which is in your, and it's not in the packet if you just come out to where it's the council packet in the Dropbox, the PGRC practice and instruction policy. We created a policy to address that, to say, okay, if you're going to bring your badminton basketball team in and you need court space, then that's fine, but you're going to need to reserve the court space by paying a fee to do that. So we've set that up. We've had teams come in and take advantage of that. They struggle to find practice space elsewhere, and you know, there's a lot of these badminton teams, probably hundreds of them in Utah County. So we're trying to find this balance of being accommodating, generating revenue, but not being overrun with teams that want to use the facility. So that was the intent of what we initially set up, so that they can, when they work out with Clint, if we have a slow time or something, then they can come in and we can get them some court space and let them practice. But other than that, we want to make sure that the general use of the facility is for our everyday pass holders or people that are paying on a regular, on a daily fee basis. So we ran into an issue a few weeks ago where we had a resident that, I don't know if Mr. Bullock's here. We had a resident that emailed the council and said, hey, I've got he came in with his baseball team, 6 or 8 of them. They started running drills kind of in the hallway area. And then they were using the weight room and doing a little bit of circuit training. So in and of itself, that was against the policy we had set, because we didn't really clarify between a paid coach or whatever doing something in the gym versus the use of the weight room. And you know, most badminton coaches they're not paid either. But again, we're trying to make sure that we don't necessarily get overrun with these organized teams coming in and overwhelming the facilities. And so he was told at the time, look, we can't have you come in and be you know, running kids through these things and in essence coaching these kids through it. That's a violation of the policy. So as we reviewed it, and his argument, which was a good argument, was I paid the fee, all the kids paid the fee. Why can't, even though we're organized, why can't we come in and use the facility? And that was a tough one to answer. When him and I were talking through that, we didn't really have a good answer to say, well, in essence, we're okay with you coming, but if we get 15 of you at one time, and we're overrun by, you know, these Super League baseball, soccer, lacrosse teams that are just coming in and need to get a workout in, it's an organized effort, you know, that could be a problem. It states in the policy if it's a parent that's doing that with their kids, that's fine. And so it might have been a little inconsistent as to what we were trying to accomplish and what the policy actually stated. So me and Clint and Dion sat down and said, how can we get this figured out? Because we work on an assumption, and this is document number 2. We're working on an assumption that if we open this up, that we're going to be overwhelmed with a bunch of teams coming in and using the facilities. But we don't know that. We just assume that. So on the 5 points I've created here on potential solutions, number 1, we're trying to find a balance with the regular patrons and organized team training. If teams are paying the fee to enter the facility, they should have the rights to use it. Now, again, we're talking specifically the weight room, the cardio, not necessarily the gyms. The gyms we would like to keep on the original policy because we are very confident if that becomes a free-for-all for teams to come in and run organized practices, even if they all came in and paid the fee, that they would just come in and we'd have 3 courts going of organized practices. So we want to stay consistent with that with the gyms, but for the weight room, we want to do a trial basis is what we're suggesting. So, so if we can, at this point, restate the policy that says if you're going to come in with your team and you're going to run some organized training through the weight room or in the cardio, using the cardio equipment, we're going to see how that goes, because from time to time we do have some organized things that go on, and we'll have the regular patron coming in and saying, I can't get to the equipment because somebody's doing circuit training and they have 6 of them and they're doing their circuit training, and I want to use that machine and I just can't get to it. And so we know that could be a potential issue. So if we do a trial period, let it be used in that manner, and then really we track any complaints, and so we have an idea as to what issues might arise. So sorry, I've got a little bit out of order here. 5A, have a trial period for weight room or cardio use. Keep the policy in place for gym space. 5C, limit workouts that happen in hallways or walkway area. So this particular team was in there. They had cones set up in some of the hallways and the walk areas, and they're running some drills through there. In our minds, that becomes a little problematic because that's people walking to and from different areas, and we don't want to have collisions taking place. We do run programs where they might run from the dance area down to the multi-purpose room. We don't necessarily have them run drills through there, but that is part of their training that they are running through there. So we're trying to differentiate between running through there and actually having cones set up and running through drills. Maybe that's a fine line. I don't know. That's kind of where we're at. We want to keep the track open with no organized practices using it. So we don't necessarily want a coach out there doing time trials where they're standing out in the track. The track has always been open use. We always have had a lot of users. So we want to be careful that we're not opening this up to some team. In essence, having an organized, having them go out and run in sprints or whatever. So that's one of the things that we want to make sure that we can keep that open. And then work with the rec director on if they want to do some of the drills like that. A lot of times our multi-purpose room is open. We just need to go open it for them, and they can set up their cones in there and do all their drills in there, and they're in a contained area that people aren't walking through. So we want to, when it's all said and done, we want to be accommodating. Then we say, well, track complaints. We'll amend the policy to reflect the changes, and then we'll bring that back to the council. When we made this policy last time, it was not an official ordinance or resolution from the council. We need to have the flexibility to make sure that we can amend that as needed. We have a lot of departmental policies that are not set by the council. So this would be a departmental policy, but because of the nature of the person that had issue with it, we do want your okay that we can proceed in that manner. So in a nutshell, we want to amend the policy, create a trial period, still have some restrictions in it, bring that back to you for a head nod, and then proceed to allow this on a trial basis to see if it will become an issue for us or not. Questions, comments, concerns?
I'll start,
Okay.
because I'm at the rec center 6 days out of the week. I kind of want to get away from using the words issue and overrun, because we want business at the rec center.
Mhm.
And I don't feel like we're ever being overrun when people want to come use it, because that's what it's there for. So I want to try and stay away from using those terms, whether it's a team, or you could say the stay-at-home moms like me who go there in the morning are overrunning the workout area, the treadmills too. I mean, I want to get away from using those terms, because overrun is a good thing. It's business for our city and revenue for the rec center. I actually don't have a problem with them using the hallways or walk space. Again, I feel that's what the rec center's for. Now, it's not gonna make every time they're running up and down the stairs. There's 2 sets of stairways, and when the classes I've done, we've used them for like 20 minutes at a time, running down the hallways. I just feel like that's what it's for. Now, that's not to say if it's causing problems, like you said, and there's complaints or there's issues, those need to be addressed. But this is kind of what it's for. And directing them to the multi-purpose gym or a court, I think is appropriate. If they want to run sprints on the track, they can run sprints on the track. What's going to stop me from running sprints on the track? I mean, it's just, I feel like this is what it's for, and people are paying the fee to go in and use it. This is our business. They're taxpayers. They're paying a fee. And if we're going to go monitor every group that goes in, whether it's stay-at-home moms or an aerobics class or whoever it is, we're like discriminating between that group and these athletic groups. If they're paying the same fee and going, so some of these where it's limit the workouts that happen in the hallways, and that should be done for everyone or not at all. Keep the track open if there are organized practices. If it's causing problems, yes, it needs to be addressed, but otherwise, you gotta go use the track. You're paying the same fee that everyone else is. I do agree with, we watch the complaints and we address those, but I'm in the mindset of, let's be open and welcome the business and say, come on in and use our facility, that's what it's here for. And if something happens, we'll address it at that time. But I just don't like the what if this happened, what if, well, we can do what ifs, and then we limit no one to be coming in, anybody be coming in. So because I see how much the rec center gets used and the use it can provide, especially for these young teams who need a place to practice, and they're to me no different than any other paying customer. So I just want to make sure that it's business, and that's what we want. We want them to come here. I understand that putting some rules in place, especially for people who have a business and are profiting off the rec center from their business, and we had that in place. That's why we created the policy last year, that we have that in place as well. I just don't ever want us to be turning business away. I want to be open for business.
Okay.
Those are my thoughts.
Great. Good point.
Just a comment just with what she was saying is in the hallways and such, I guess I would be concerned about fire precautions, or what is our capacity on the building? What is that? Do we know what the capacity is?
I don't know
I
what the
guess I would
capacity
be
is.
concerned if the fire feel like if our hallways and things are clogged up, if that's an issue. If it isn't, then I'm pretty open to utilizing every aspect of the building, but is that an issue?
Yeah, so we didn't address that one specifically. I think our mindset was more, we have people doing drills in the halls and they run into somebody that's trying to walk back to the multi-purpose.
So I guess my question would be, is that an emergency call?
It could be, and we can ask that question and see if that's an issue. If that's a fire code issue, that kind of makes it no-brainer. If it's not a fire code issue, then we can still determine what level we want to allow that to happen.
Others? I wanted to just request and ask the question. The last time I exchanged emails with the individual that raised this issue in the first place a couple of weeks ago was yesterday, and he suggested that he indicated to me that he would be here today. So I just want to make sure that you are working closely with the residents that are raising issues too, that he's been aware of, and that you communicate to him the policy as you go through the trial period.
Yeah, so I haven't talked with him since we initially had our discussion. Since we've talked about this, I have not contacted him. I wanted feedback from you before we said this is the direction we're going. Now,
So I notified you that I had followed up with him last week, so that was probably why we didn't.
and maybe that was the case. Yeah, that might have been the case.
Well, and yeah, we exchanged emails yesterday, and so I do want to make sure that I think this is all great. The proposal sounds excellent. I think it's got a lot of wisdom all throughout it, and the trial period makes a lot of sense. So run with it, but keep him involved. We'll have to make sure he knows.
Okay, yeah. If again, I think by next Tuesday we can have kind of the formal policy written up, so that again we don't want to necessarily adopt it by the council. Just want to make sure you're comfortable with it, and then we can even probably get a hold of him in the interim and say you're good to bring your team back here. council's leaning in this direction, we just gotta formalize it, so.
I love trial periods. I love anything that we can just look at and see if it works and then see what's not working about it and then fix that and do another trial period and keep going. I love to have a little kid running on the track faster than me because it makes me feel better. So I wouldn't limit it even up there.
Well, our concern is if they're taking all 4 lanes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
So
if they're
if
running
there's a-
drills and they're taking 4 lanes
Well,
and others
but
can't
I
do
think
that.
if there's just a respectful thing of, you know, hey, we're using this stairway right now, so just let's use the left side of the stairway so that you're always keeping one open.
And most people are pretty good about that.
Yeah.
Sometimes people aren't,
sorry.
sometimes
I
they're not.
think if the staff see any issues at any point with that, they can just go to the leader and say, these are the things you need to be mindful of, please be aware of other patrons.
Mhm.
You know, kind of have something there that they can direct those that are coming in, and the courtesies or the, what's the word I want to use?
I think courtesy is a good word.
Of using the rec center,
Yeah.
you know, if there's, you know, people in the lane, you know, all that type of thing. So I think the staff would be well to maybe give direction and watch for that as people bring in, especially just have a chat with the adult that's bringing them in.
Yeah.
But that's why in the lane on the track, it's walk one, walk one. I mean, it's already kind of set up to regulate that to a certain extent. But that kind of goes back to the what if. So what if they have 10? What if they have 4? What if, I mean, if we're gonna, that's getting very like nitpicky, I feel. And so to me, if they're a paying customer at the rec center, I don't ever want to turn anyone away from business and say, you're not welcome here. And I feel a couple of times we've done that. And I don't want to see that happen because they're paying just like anybody else and they have a right to use that facility. That's where the staff and, you know, the managers come in and we watch that.
Yeah.
But, you know, the resident who sent the email, to have you say you can't come with your team here, that's just not okay with me.
Right. That's why we're here to.
That's why we're here.
That, yeah.
I appreciate you, Scott.
Yeah. Well, and I think to your point, Sid, because I think Cindy made a good point when she talks about courtesy. We don't like to regulate and policy everything. If common courtesy was out there, we probably wouldn't have to worry about a lot of this. And so it's just every once in a while we might run into an issue where we have to pull the policy out and say, look, guys, you cannot do this, or you have to do it in this manner. So I like the idea that it's more broad to start and that there's as least amount of restrictions as we can go and feel comfortable with it. And then if we start seeing the issues and the complaints coming, then we can start taking that down and if we need to place more restrictions, whatever we need to do to handle that. Because the what if is a big issue right now. We don't necessarily know.
And because of that, that's why I want to start it more broad, because we haven't had specific data to show, well, they're using, you know, the track and they're using all, like, there's been maybe 1 or 2 instances, but it's not necessarily been a negative thing. And, you know, we just don't have the data to show that that's where we should head right now. So, I mean, I like this. There's a couple things, like I said, I would change the hallway, or, I mean, you want it to be safe, but I've never been there when it's been packed where I couldn't get back down the stairs. So that's just something that needs to be watched, and I feel we can do that. So, you know, I like having this, you know, in writing so we know what's going on, and then the staff and management knows and can be aware. And you have to be aware of the other courteous to the other customers who are there at the rec center as well. And I think that's why this is important. So.
Well, would there be a problem with it being an organized group rather than individuals? Individuals behave differently than a group of 20 kids. I mean, a lot of these Bantam teams pay to practice at the junior high or high school. The high school one under the junior high. And so if you open that up for organized groups, I'll tell you as someone that's a lot less expensive than what I'm paying for an hour's time at the junior high. You know, I'm paying $15 per week. That's just for.
There is a code for the people who do rent out the court or do those, and there is a policy in place. They have to have insurance and rent it, and so there is a policy in place for things like that.
Yeah, so the Bantam is like we said, that's a different animal, and we want to hold to that because we see that as we know that one would be an issue.
But a lot of these guys are signing up through the rec center for teams before you get to the drafting age, and they're essentially their Bantam teams, and they sign up so they can specifically get practice time in the rec centers for $20 for the year, or $30 for the year, whatever the fee is for their basketball team, and that's a lot cheaper than what you pay to rent out the junior high for an hour a week.
And that's why the management is gonna watch, because if they're coming in to use it as an organized facility in the court, then they would need to have the insurance and pay the fee like any other person who wants to rent out. That's why that policy, we created that last year because of that very reason.
And we regulate that pretty good. I mean, we have those discussions with teams to make sure everybody's covered. And I think most Bantam teams you've talked to have been okay to say, I'm willing to pay the fee to.
So
Sure.
let's just clarify here. It doesn't seem to me that anything that's been suggested can't be managed for safety and maximum number of people. I mean, this sounds like standard operating procedures. I don't know that we want to get into the habit of creating at a council level issue, rules and directions on a department by department, facility by facility basis. That's just my thought.
Well, and the reason it comes back to you is because we had a citizen that emailed each one of you and said, this is an issue to me. I think, I can't remember, a few of you responded and said, we need to address this. This is why we're in front of the council. So.
I just want to say, I think the community center is really integral to our community, and I just want to make sure that people aren't turned away or felt to be.
Yeah, it's a great point.
So a copy of that policy is available at the community center, the rec center. Thank you.
So can you?
I don't know, Mike, how you can, how one person can make an issue when you're representing 30,000+, that one person can come in and say, they changed this, and right away we jump, and we don't consider other things, and then we make an issue. There's been so many people that have had to apply or comply with that rule and have not been able to do it over time. The rule has been in place, and so there have been people that have not been able and got frustrated over that. And now because one person, you get the policy set, one person comes in and raises an issue about it, and then right away we got to change it. I mean, we represent 30-something thousand people, not just one.
So is it reasonable that we just turn it back to the staff and say, can you guys just manage this?
I think that is reasonable.
Okay.
And we'll manage it. And if there are, just check your emails, because if things start, but I think this is to Daryl's point.
Well, that's fine.
If we start seeing, so if we start seeing something that's going to, because sometimes they won't address us, they'll just come right to you, which is fine. Because we want to manage it the best we can. I think we all have the same goal. We want as many people using the rec center as we can fit in there and stay safe and keep it going. So I think it's a fair point that in a lot of ways this is a management thing. We might need to tweak the departmental policy. We'll take care of that. But then really at this point, we just have to manage people as they come in.
I think the direction from the council should be more like, make the thing pay for itself as best as you can.
Yeah.
The citizens that are taxpayers are subsidizing this thing. So they should have the first dibs. And anybody that buys their rec center pass, as long as they're complying with safety and health and the regulations around it, those are designed to protect everyone. But it is a first come, first served facility.
Mm-hmm.
So, just like a movie theater, there's only so many seats.
Yep.
It's full, somebody's not going to be happy.
Yeah.
I think the biggest difference is, again, if it's a for-profit kind of thing, or someone's using it to make a living, that's a little bit different. If I was to sell tickets to the movie and I bought out the whole theater and then I sold it for $5 and I bought it for $3, that might cause some issues with you.
Yeah, we don't allow it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you guys could just manage it, and then on an exception basis, let's see if there's something that we missed. But
no, for some reason, we'll keep it broad at this point, and if we get overwhelmed, we'll come back to it.
Okay. Any other discussion on that? Item 11B, to discuss clarify parameters for the Public Safety Building Committee. I think my name's on there for some reason. I was going to see if it got taken care of while I was gone, but I got an email that said, no, maybe we should wait until you get back. All right. As we left the discussion last time, it was how do we determine who the members of the committee would be and what involvement would the city council have. I think it was determined that we would have a group, and that those meetings would be held publicly, and anyone from the public would come and attend them, and it would be up to that group to do whatever form of Robert's rules or whatever for gaining input and whatnot. But we would shy away from creating multiple committees and subcommittees and whatnot. And the decision making would take place at that level, and then recommendations would come to the council for approval to move forward. So I gave this a little bit of thought as far as the makeup of the committee. If we modified the size of the committee just a little so that there were 3 members who have been strongly in favor of moving forward with the facility, and 3 members who were strongly opposed, and 3 members who were neutral as far as whether they were in favor or against. It was different reasons. And we filled the hat, as was suggested, with names of people that fell into each of those categories, and then just pulled the 3 out from the hat. We would assume that the names that are being submitted to people have already, they've either self-expressed a desire to do it, or they've been recommended and they've accepted that recommendation that they participate. And then the mayor would manage that group to make sure that it functioned and did its job. I think we also agreed that there would be no necessary artificial time deadline of when a proposal would come forward. The main concern would be that the group had an opportunity to investigate and vet all options, so that whatever is brought forward, whether it needs to come back as a let's move forward and here's what it is, and this is going to be part of funding, therefore we're going to go to the citizens and discuss it, then we'd be prepared to do so. That's kind of what I've been thinking, is changing the size of the group to 3, 3, and 3. Anyone who would like to be one of those 3 people, either the for, against, or the neutrals, would submit their names to me, and I would determine whether you were for, neutral, or against, because we're not going to stack the deck here. It's going to be pretty even.
You can ask them how they voted on the last bond.
And then we'll track it accordingly. And I think it's pretty easy to determine, because we're looking for the strongest fors, the strongest againsts, and then the strongest neutrals.
Wait, the 4 or 3? Did you say 3?
3, 3, 3.
3, 3, 3.
FOR.
How about if the neutrals are outside of the city? So they're not citizens, they're not vested.
Haven't thought of it.
How will it be chaired?
The mayor would chair the group. That way the mayor's present at the meetings and can speak to what's going on.
Okay, so I have a couple of thoughts, because I also have been thinking. I would like, so there's just a couple of things. We haven't gotten the engineer's report back. And I really would love a third-party neutral survey to go out and really define what the law meant. And so I think it's hard for me to come up with a job description of what the committee's goals are. I understand the vet and explore, but without those 2 things, the job description of the committee, I think, is hard to define.
we get a quick update, Scott, on the RFP process, where we at?
Yeah, we have a mandatory walkthrough next week. Proposals are due by April 2nd.
That's on what bid sync?
On bid sync, we're up to
Which is the standard.
57.
So nothing submitted because we haven't had a walkthrough yet. So after the walkthrough, we'll start receiving. So they bid, and then how what's the length of time till it's completed? Till we've got the facts? Yeah, so once we get the proposals on April 2nd, then it's however the council wants to proceed. So if we get 20 proposals, we can work through them and narrow it down to 3 and interview 3. We can just pick which one we like the best, right through the proposals. We could interview 10. We could possibly have the committee be the one that does the interviews and recommend to the council who to hire. Those are, that discussion hasn't taken place yet. So just to emphasize maybe what Diana's saying is, I know from my memory from the retreat, we discussed the timing, and in my mind, remember that to be, let's get this RFP, the evaluation done, and then proceed. So it gives some kind of, as Diana said, some direction, some agenda, some feeling that we know what we're doing.
Well, and I think that also.
So I think the two need to, I didn't realize this, who determines who interviews the groups that are gonna do the evaluation? We all interview them? No, the city council determines how you want to evaluate the person. So that might be something for discussion also, it's sooner than later. Yeah, if you want staff to review it, if council wants to review them, again, if you want the committee to review them, all 3 could review and everybody submit who they want to have. You can interview 3 of them, 5 of them.
My recommendation would be that the council trust the body to get together and duke it out and come back with the recommendations and allow the process to happen this way so the council can remain in the decision-making role, evaluating the facts that have been presented.
Are you talking about the RFP, the process of doing the RFP?
Yeah.
But when surveying it, so the survey, the engineers, even their job description?
No, we determine ahead of time what we're asking the group to do. And I think we've discussed that. We're asking them to evaluate all the options for finding the solutions, investigating the solutions for these facilities that were proposed for our police, our fire, and our courts. And the RFP will help us with part of this information, which is what are the current conditions of the facilities that we have, and do they require what to make them safe enough to be able to use? And I think that's a piece of information that should go into that group so that they know what direction to pursue.
So you're saying we should get the RFP information back and then proceed with the committee?
In my mind, you can do both at the same time, because when the information returns, that will be the first thing for that group to look at. Where are we at with our current facilities? It kind of helps set some foundation upon which to formulate where to go. So for example, if your RFP comes back and the engineer goes through and does the eval, the group helps select the person for the RFP, and they come back and they say, this building has another 50 years, it just requires these particular things to be done, as long as you're not playing with the important pieces of it. Or they could come back and say, light a match and stand back. know, I mean, it could be somewhere in between those extremes.
It just seems like we're getting the cart before the horse though, because if you're discussing all that information and then you get the RFP back and none of that is even valid. Or
What do you mean not valid? I'm not sure.
not valid, but not vetted.
I think we're
or-
talking about two things.
Yeah,
We're talking
we're
about the RFP and then we're talking about the study. We're talking about them all at once being the RFP. I think that's inaccurate.
Okay, so.
What's
in
gonna
my
happen,
mind,
you're
we're
gonna go
talking
through
about
the-
separate things.
Yeah, you're gonna go through the RFP
To
process
select,
and the selection
an
is gonna be
engineer.
done by the committee.
Right.
But then the results is gonna follow 3 months later as a result of the study.
right,
It's gonna be
and
the
then
study results.
that group would get the results back. They would still be
Right.
presented to all of us. But the group would get the results back because they need that information to formulate the next steps in the process. Something should be looked at, something shouldn't be looked at, and it's based upon the evaluation of the facilities that are currently in place.
I think you've gotta have a willing committee to evaluate the RFPs. A lot of them are gonna be non-technical, first time individuals to review an RFP, guidelines and we put in place and what to rate and value things on and give them guidelines. I guess I'm okay with going non-technical people, but give them guidelines.
Could we have staff
We have
help
staff,
us with that?
Yeah, we can, and
Yeah.
the RFP already outlines that a little bit. They need to submit their experience with historical buildings, their experience with,
We usually
retrofitting.
on RFP evaluations, you weight certain things, like 20% would be.
Yeah, we didn't go
Based
that
upon
far.
cost, 20% would be on qualifications. You know, I'm just saying, give whoever's doing the selection, you know, guidelines.
Yeah,
We help. on
Yeah, we
which
can do
way to
that. We can do that.
So is the committee members, good? Are they skilled in any of this?
Not necessarily. No, I don't see stacking the deck with an entire group of engineers or construction workers. I think what we're interested here is having people from our community, including the council, participate in a collaborative process of assessing the need, investigating solutions for the need, and coming forward with recommendations on those solutions so that the council and the community can take some action in moving forward on resolution. I think for the last several years, what has been agreed upon is there are some problems that need to be addressed. And that seems to be where we got. And then how we address them, to what degree is the part that's kind of nebulous.
Could I have a survey?
You can include that in the, I would think that the group might be interested in that as well. You know, the people that we assign to that volunteer and that accept the responsibility would be interested in finding out what do the citizens think. And it may be best that it's not the members of the council that are conducting that, so that it
I
is
would like that from the
third party.
Let's clarify for me the action of the committee, because you've got 10 people here. You're going to develop tasks and assign them to committee members to go evaluate and return and report. Is that the intent?
Good question.
And if that is the intent, is that not the same as creating a subcommittee?
I think the difference between, it's more of a definition that was reached through discussion at the offsite about what's taken place over the last 2 years. There were pros and cons to what's taken place in the last 2 years. And this is kind of a compromise, is to get people at the table who don't necessarily agree on the on the outcome from the beginning, so that by the time the process is done, come forward with one voice rather than a divided community. And I think right now that's what's plaguing us. It's,
No, I agree with that. I just wondering how this is going to function.
I don't know. To be frank with you, I'm going to jump in there with these 9 people and wing it. But it'll be different than what's taken place in the last 2 years.
What I'd love to see is everybody coming out of that meeting saying, we can all agree unanimously now that the options have been fully and fairly vetted, that this proposal is a good one, that this is something we can all live with, and go back to members of the community and share that message. Say, we really deeply explored everything that can be explored, and we all see this as an ideal, or at least an acceptable, but we can live with it kind of solution to the need that we have in the city. That's what I'd like to see happen.
I think those are the same comments from last week.
I think those, yeah, I don't think that's very.
I mean, that's the intent of everything that we've done, is to, with that goal.
Yeah,
So I hope it operates.
I don't think the intent is changing.
Formation.
I think it's putting it in the hands of a group that's self-identified as both trusting and non-trusting, believing and non-believing, whatever you want to call it. It's bringing the opposing forces together and coming up with a solution that everyone can live with, and then communicating that back out to everyone that owns this and has to support it. And it's removing the political burden from a group of 5 and investing some research and effort in passionate people.
Well, I don't feel the political burden should be in this much because that's what you're elected to do. The burden is ours.
Yeah, it'll come back. The decision comes back here to this panel. The work would be done by that group.
Okay, I have a few questions. I do agree that the neutral party should be from outside the city. I think it's going to be impossible to find, after 2 years, someone who's neutral. So I agree with Diana. I'd also like a third-party survey from a company, whoever that third party may be, to find out why people voted no or yes.
Or didn't vote.
Or didn't vote. I have a question as to how we are filling the hat and how are we communicating to people that they can be a part of the process. So is that we're sending out the newsletter? How are we notifying people that they can fill their name in the hat?
Well, I would think that a lot of the people that want to be having their name in that hat are either at this meeting or have been to this meeting or will come to this meeting, or they're sitting right there watching it live stream or read and listen to the minutes after this. I can think of 3 Facebook pages where there have been active people involved. I think we know who the core group of people are that are the influencers and the motivators to seriously tackle the challenge and participate. I don't think we'll lack the people that want to be part of the community.
You might want to reach out though to those that aren't on the 3 sites on Facebook, aren't sitting at this meeting, and want to possibly, we may know there may be people out there that would very well want to be involved if they have that information instead of just within the circles of 3 Facebook.
I agree, be open and transparent. I think we should put it on the city website and get it out there that for the next 2 weeks or a week or however long we designate to be open and transparent. I would like to open that up to the community.
I think those are fantastic concepts and ideas, and we can do them, and we'll end up with a good mix of people that by and large will look like the same names.
And that's okay.
And I think
Yes, that's totally fine, as long as we've opened it up and we've been completely transparent. And then, are we, I would like a minimum number of people, neutral, for, against, to be able to put their name in the hat. So it doesn't come back that 3 from one side, 3 from another, and it's the 3, so it looks like it is stacked. So is there a way to ask for a minimum number of members to, if we don't have the minimum number and we can't randomly draw a name out and then it comes back that it's been stacked, is there a way to put that in place?
Yeah. Just since 3 weeks ago, when we kind of discussed it and left it, I've had emails and lists of people on both sides that are way longer than 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then will we be able to know whose names are going in the hat prior to?
What are your thoughts on that?
I don't see any reason why, why we can't, or why, I don't know.
Might motivate people to participate. On the neutrality thing, how are you gonna get someone from outside the city to want to go sit through meetings? Unless they have some vested interest either in getting a contract or something.
But how are you gonna verify neutral?
I think there's a lot of neutral people in the city that, were just swayed either one way or another.
Well,
Yeah.
but that's just it one way or the other.
Well, they were swayed based on, I would say myself, by some marketing, and I think most everyone would admit there's a need in the city for new facilities. I've known that since almost the day we moved here. My wife participated in a CERT training program at Pleasant Grove, and I had no idea this was being discussed tonight. I'm just here for a Boy Scout thing. But so I think that there's a possibility to find neutral people in the city. I think it would certainly be more challenging than finding for or against. But I think there's a large chunk of people that are in the middle. And I think, that's where you can be swayed one way or another, depending on what you understand and your participation in the process. I certainly haven't been as involved as I probably should have been in the process. But certainly, I think there are a lot of people that recognize the need. They just feel like maybe some of the proposals haven't been with that.
And I don't think there's any big, I think that we can see them. I don't know what the secrecy is. If we're gonna have transparency, why can't we see them?
Give them my
It's
phone number.
like-
They can call me.
I don't
Why
think
not
there's
just-
any secrecy to this. It was recommended that we put names in a hat and draw them. I think there was an attempt there to say we want to be neutral and not stack the deck, so we're going to randomly select names. Well, that suggests that you don't want to have your hands tainted with having stacked the deck. Therefore, you don't get involved in predetermining who's going to be in the hat. You withdraw from that and recuse yourself so that that process can move forward.
And I'm saying we don't have a say as to who's in the hat, but we know that there's minimum numbers, there's equal numbers, whatever's being drawn out. That's what I'm suggesting.
I think that can be accomplished.
Where can we get a name?
This is Chris Bird.
For the record.
For the record.
When you
That's
say,
you.
Hey,
He's got other hands too.
Chris Bird, BERG. I've worked with Mike before, and I'm Scott's neighbor, and there's other people. I live next to her sister.
I don't claim
Just open.
And I just can't keep my mouth shut.
I have to ask the council, is this going to be an open discussion?
we're still having a discussion up here, which I wanna, when you say all the council participate, what does that mean?
It means the council is welcome to come to any of the meetings they want, and the council can also volunteer to put their names in that hat if they want to be on that committee. As long as we don't have more than 2 council members on the committee, we're going to be okay. And as long as all the meetings that we're going to have are publicly noticed, which we've already said they're going to be public meetings, then we should be okay.
So that means that we could all show up
Yeah.
if it's a public meeting.
Are there more questions? I'm sorry.
So maybe I'm just confused, but my confusion still is which comes first, the chicken or the egg?
Are you going back to the RFP?
I am. I'm kind of like a broken record.
I think
feel like
My suggestion would be we form the committee without the knowledge of the result on the RFP and without the knowledge of the result right now on whatever engineering decisions are made.
Yeah, I see
And
it.
that way, when the committee is dedicated to the cause, and yeah, people might be surprised at what the condition of the facilities are, but that's what the condition of the facilities are, and it's what we have to work with. So there's no predisposition here to what has to be evaluated or what direction.
Do you see much activity with the committee before the results of the study?
Yeah, I think there's the sitting down to determine what are the skill sets on this committee.
After the fact, after it's already.
Yeah, people are volunteering.
Since you've already created a committee. That's what you're saying.
Oh my God.
By random, we're pulling
But you're
names out of the hat.
developing,
Non-Lerman committee.
The people committee.
you know, well, you're just saying what they bring to the table.
What do you bring to the table?
So and that's my next comment is, I think there needs to be outlined when people are putting their name in, what the commitment is. If they can't attend 90% of the meetings, how should put their name in?
Is that just
It's
a
not
normal committee?
phoning in, it's not, not showing up, it's, if you can't commit to being at the meetings on a predetermined date, and when the meetings are gonna be held, we need to figure that out, so we can let people know ahead of time. If you can't be part of this committee because of time commitment, or you don't feel, I think we need to put out there ahead of time, so we're not getting the committee and then.
I agree. We've had too many situations over the last couple of years where the continuity of discussion has not been good because people come and go from meetings, or we've just flat out had too many committees and they couldn't go to all the committee meetings. So there's been no way to have continuity. So by reducing the size of the number of participants required to 9, you force this issue. Gotta be present at 99% of the meetings, and you need to be able to make that commitment up front. But we have to ask people for that before their names are thrown
Right,
out.
right. And they're gonna be the first Thursday for 2 hours, and I wanna be as specific as possible so people know what they're getting into when they submit their half meeting. So it's not a surprise and they get here and say, well, I already have this commitment, or I have work, or what it is, that's not fair, to be able to say that to them, so.
Mayor, how would you feel if we, in selecting the committee and the time of trying out of the hat, that we have that in a public meeting?
I think it was recommended
So
that we do
that-
it here.
We see the,
Yeah, I think it was recommended that that be done right here. That's what I
It'll be
remember.
on video.
Agreed.
I'm still back with having the RFP first. I feel like, I really do feel like we need that information before we put somebody to task doing the information. If it comes back and they've spent 2 months coming down with a solution and then the RFP comes out and it's, well,
I don't think there's those kind of decisions to be made. There's probably a lot of ground to cover between now and the time of an RFP. Like, can the people sit in the same room and not choke each other? Or can we get past where we ended last year as a community? Can we figure out together how we're going to communicate with everyone and to the council? Can we formulate some kind of a plan to be able to query the voters as to what it all meant?
Well, I think that's gotta be some basis, so, we can't measure what, we can't make decisions on something that you don't know the basis of. Everybody's name in those hats are going to have they know why they go to this room. But it is the 80% of people that didn't vote. I would love to know the why. And then there are the people that are not in this room. I want to have that defined. And I don't think you can move forward until you have that.
Let me throw this out as an idea. There's a reason that a ballot box has walls around it. It's so that the person who's casting their vote is not influenced, coerced, or whatever in their decision making. So no matter what they've said or done publicly or not said or done publicly, what they do privately in that booth with whatever they're voting on is their knowledge and their knowledge alone. And it's not tied back to the individual because that's the nature of the country that we live in. I think that we're going to have to deal with some facts here, and that's that there may be people who refuse to participate in a survey about why they voted a certain way, simply on principle about how we trust voting in the United States. So we may not get the answer that we're looking for. We may get a false result just because of what we're trying to do.
So I do know that there are professionals.
Yeah, I think you're one too. That's a lot of that.
When I start talking, everybody says, I need a drink. So I do know that there's professional companies. I know we have one in fact right here in Pleasant Grove that does that for a living, where it's an independent survey, and you say, in the last election, your concerns about the public safety building was location, cost, very, very simple. I don't think it would be that hard to kind of narrow in. Maybe it helps with the job description. The neutral hat is very, very interesting to me. I don't know. It would be very difficult for me to trust someone's declaration of neutrality. So I'm being very, very honest here.
What is neutral? And I think there's a lot of people who would proclaim, probably a lot more that would proclaim neutrality than an independent body would determine we're neutral. A lot of
the reality is, I'll sit down and look them in the face, and just based on participation for the last 2 years, you're either lying or you're lying.
Why do we have to have neutral?
That was the question.
Why can't we just have
Let me
5 and 5?
redefine neutral.
Is
Let
it
me
like a
redefine
jury?
neutral. Hang on, before we turn this
A
into,
jury?
before we turn this into a public
Based on
discussion,
interview.
let me redefine what we're talking about neutral. There are a number of people that were actively and passionately involved in the process and did not make up their minds until the last minute of the vote. And they were neither for nor against. They were, if you haven't convinced me, then I'm going to stick with what we have until we have a solution that convinces me. That is not a person who was against or for. That's a person who was seriously engaged, actively involved, looking for the right solution. And they would turn to a for person or an against person and blast them in the face if they were trying to get a snow job, because they were sincerely looking for answers that they couldn't get. And I think we've seen them. We've heard them. And the results of last year's voting, just in numbers, show that there was huge changes in public thought and feeling. But to take it any further than that and try to draw absolute conclusions so that you can target a response, I think this has turned into more of a trust factor and a thoroughness factor than it has been what is the solution. I think it's more of a how did you arrive at that recommendation. And so the neutral ones are they're neutral in their decision, but they're not passive. They're not the non-voters. They want to make sure that people are held accountable either way.
And how are they gonna be found?
Self-identifying, you know.
I don't know if after 2 years in the community, if you can be that neutral. But I don't know why.
We've had a lot of people come up and tell us that, you know, at the end of the day, when they were in the ballot box and they looked at what was proposed, they were unsure. It wasn't against, they were unsure.
So they voted for the incumbent.
So.
I wonder if possibly our neutral people could be new citizenry that weren't here. At that point.
Could be. I still think that to get people to commit to the kind of time and energy that we're asking for, they have to be people that have already demonstrated passion and involvement to the cause. It doesn't seem like we're going to have the 99% attendance that we need. We're going to have that something far short of that.
Well, in order to get the neutral, we're gonna have to go outside the Facebook pages. And so possibly by going outside of that into our website, advertising at other places than we want than the Facebook pages, we may very well get some neutral people. We may get new people in the community. Maybe we write the recommendation that we do find newer people in the community and such. So maybe, you know, like a job description almost, write some type of job description for those neutral people. I don't know if we can do that, but I think there are neutral people possibly in our city.
And I do think that the for and against are probably here. So I'm very okay with that. I do feel the neutral thing is going to be a little bit.
Well, I'm okay if they're here, but I still want to open it up to the entire
Oh, I
community.
do too.
because-
Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a lot, 20 people that were desirous to be on this fun-filled?
So is it reasonable to say that based on where we've arrived at in this discussion, the thing that we're most concerned about is the makeup of the committee and ensuring that the makeup of the committee, the neutrals are actually neutral, the fours are actually for, and the against are against, and that it's done in a way that reaches out to everybody that we can and have enough selection pool so that you can actually pull 3 names and that they're committed? Is that really what we're kind of honing in on?
It's your neutrals are neutral. That's their personality, though, too. Who wants to become a politician because they've been thrown into this committee? That's why they're neutral. Because they're neutral.
They're engineers.
I think CPAs are.
No.
So without getting too far into the weeds on this, I'd like to know what the council thinks, and do you want to open it up for any public input? What would you like to do?
So I made my speech 3 weeks ago. There's no committee, no commission, no board in the city that we fill randomly. From my perspective, one of the most important factors that we need is that we have people on this committee that folks will listen to, that are influential, that will come back to the community and say, this is a process now I'm comfortable with. So from the beginning, I felt like we ought to entrust as much of the questions that remain into the discretion of the hands of someone like our mayor, who will be as objective as the mayor can be in that kind of a question, and he's certainly been elected to make the tough decisions, that we can put ourselves in a position where, unless we're going to create a committee to form our committee, we've got to have some trust somewhere, and here's a good place to start with some trust and to say, let's let a lot of the little issues that remain be resolved. You know, if we need to have somebody determine whether a person's truly neutral or not, we got got somebody that can make that determination. We're gonna create conflicting standards. You know, we need lots and lots of commitment, but we also need huge numbers of names. We're gonna end up with a tension there. The more requirements on participation you have, the lower the number of names you'll have by the laws of the immutable laws of nature. And so I think we've got to say for these standards that are made, let's have some trust, let's have some faith, let's get something that actually works. Let's not delay. Let's get a solution. So I don't have these concerns. I think what we talked about 3 weeks ago made a lot of sense. But the random element is what it is. Something I recommended against, but I think that there's ways to make even that work and be successful. I just want a solution that's successful.
Since you guys are creating a new will, there's rather than develop this thing, you're all over the place, rather than develop this thing, who else has done it? Where else carries precedence to allow the community to come in and be the city council? Really?
Is it open for public discussion?
Yeah.
Well, we've had plenty of open discussion thus far.
Public discussion. I'm not averse to doing that at some point. I do think it's worth making very clear that none of this proposal abdicates the responsibility of the city council or changes the structure of our government such that we would not be determining this body whether or not the recommendations of the committee are worth doing or whether they're effective or smart. In my mind, the great value of the mayor's proposal is that we will have vested, committed residents that can all come back and say, we're comfortable, we love it, we've made compromises that we haven't seen made before, and we're willing to move forward and make this happen. And that's great if that happens. But whatever they propose, if it involves spending money, it's going to come back to this body to decide whether or not it should be done.
And before we open I am not in a rush. I felt rushed last year. Not rushed, but I felt that we were moving towards a deadline. And so for any of you that know, Roland Robinson died this week. And I think his weekend is happening right now. And Roland said something very important at the podium, and it has stuck with me for a little while here. And many of you remember when he said, "This dog don't hunt." There are a lot of people in this town who said no, hell no. And don't ask me again. And so we have a lot of people who understand the need, but we also have a large part of this community that said no. And so that was my original intent for the survey. I wanted to find out what the no meant. And I am not in a rush. So,
On the topic of the third-party survey, it will have a cost associated with it. I think the mayor has a great point that there may be pieces of information that we will never obtain through any kind of survey. So I don't want us to have a mistaken impression about the value of what that survey result will tell us. I think a lot of us have a very good sense already. And there are 35,000 different reasons. Well, there weren't that many who actually voted. But for every voting person, there is a different reason why they voted the way they voted.
no, I think there's probably more than, I think the reasons are probably would be more easily measured than
We get down to the ultimate question of neutrality. At the end of the day, people cast a vote, yes or no. And there may be no one who's neutral by some definition. But at any rate, it's an interesting philosophical question. I'm happy to do whatever the council wants to do, and I think we need to do something sooner rather than later.
When I ditto Diane. We did rush it, I think, to some degree. I feel like we need to go forward with caution, but also respecting the opinions of everyone in that committee. And I just, my desire is to make this as transparent as we possibly can. I want everything done here. At all, everything. The drawing out of the hat, everything that we do, I would like to be discussed, and I feel really pleased about the conversation that we're having tonight. I'm also not in a hurry to move forward. That's, I guess, probably one reason I'm happy to wait for the RFP to come out. Just a couple of thoughts. What about, could there be or should there be any requirement, and never mind. I don't know.
Any other discussion? And do you want to open it up for the public?
I suggest we take comments from the public.
So we can make the.
I didn't say anything.
So we can utilize the two people that spoke out.
Matt Godsey, 1026 East, 1100 North. I'm an engineer, Jake. Come on. So, Cindy, I want to address some of your comments regarding the RFP. That's part of what I do in the construction business. The RFP in and of itself is going to give a lot of information. However, there is so much more that has to happen on the front end to get ready to even analyze an RFP. So it's my recommendation that yes, the committee gets formed right away, gets going, gets established, and starts knowing who's got what roles, so that when the RFP comes out, they then have the ability to be ready to analyze that properly. If you don't do that, you're going to be way behind, and the time frame that the citizenry is going to want to be able to have a result from the RFP is going to be way delayed. Also, you address whether or not the names should be put in the hat should be known to the council. Honestly, I don't care either way, but based off of the mayor's point of when you vote, it's anonymous. I like that. You know, I voted one way, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's my viewpoint now. So whether I had a sign in my yard or not, I consider myself completely neutral. So this is for all the council. The neutrality issue, I think you really need to try and define what that is. So my personal viewpoint is that there's a need, but I didn't like the cost. And I don't know what more neutral I am than that. It's like, yes, I want it, but no, I don't at the exact same time. I don't know how to be more neutral than that. So if you can define that more for me, you know, I'd love to put my name in the hat for the committee, but if I'm not neutral, tell me. But if I am neutral, I want to know that too. So it's, I guess, something that I think you should trust, whether it's the whole council or whether just the mayor. People need to present and put their names in the hat, and that needs to be vetted. Are you neutral, yes or no? I also recommend that on this committee, and not just be any Joe Blow who's flipping burgers and he puts his name in the hat because he wants to put his vote in and go. They also necessarily need to be the experts in the field, but they do have to have some understanding of buildings, of the construction process, of what it means for the city portion of it, what an RFP is. I mean, they don't have to have all that information, but what does a community development project entail? And having educated people may or may not be the part of the process, but there should be some consideration taken for vetting the people who's putting their names in the hat. If you have 100 people in the 4 column, well, you're going to want the 3 best people from that 100. So can you drop that 100 people down into 25 that are going to put their names in the hat? That really depends on who put their names in the hat, how many there are. So just consider that. Please be open to that. Please be open to the neutrality issue. I don't think that, like the mayor said, anyone from outside the city or anything else is really going to give us any benefit. They have no vested interest in this. They don't have any passion for going to the meetings to participate. I can't see any person outside the city that's really going to be able to provide substantial input from the community. Diana, you mentioned surveys. I like the idea of survey, electronic survey, maybe not, kind of come back to unanimous standpoint. I think that the people that really want to voice their opinion will come to those committee meetings. So the reason why they voted no or why they voted yes, if they really want to share why, they can come to those meetings and they can voice it face to face. I don't think they'll have any problem in that type of form, because it's not a vote, it's an open committee for discussion. And so whether or not you want to put in a cost for the survey, you know, either way. But that is the forum that if we recommend that to the committee, that they have people come in like survey style, but just explain the information that you're looking for, I think you can get that without having to go outside and get a third-party survey. If a survey is done, I recommend it don't have anything on specifically which way you voted, but questions on what are the interests, the concerns. I believe the survey has already been done based off previous results. We've seen some of that. Are you going to get more people? I don't necessarily know. So I'm not opposed to that either. So I guess what I'm saying, one, I want to throw my name in the hat. You can throw me in whatever hat you want. I don't care. I'm offering my services, but please be open to using the members of the committee and some of the suggestions I made.
This is why I think it's important that people do know whose names are in each hat. One, for open and transparency, the names are going to be public, so people are going to know anyway who. People have to trust the process from the very first point, and the very first point is knowing who submitted their names. So being it can be open and transparent, we start. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, then I wouldn't put their name in. But they're going to know who it is because people are going to want to know who's on the committee, who's representing this process, and also when they go to the meetings, it's a public meeting. So they're going to know at some point. So I think we're open and transparent from the very first day. And, where you throw your name in, that's where you throw your name in. But that to me is very important to know who submitted those.
Can I ask this question? Is everyone that applies eligible?
What was the question?
Is everyone that applies will not
Will not be placed in the hat. Okay. So I think one thing from his comment is neutral does not mean ignorant. Do you know what I mean to the facts? I appreciate your comment.
Gary Yates, 1225 Nathaniel Drive. I don't think that having the neutral people is going to benefit the committee. I think it's going to be an opportunity for the deck to get stacked. I think that you either were for this or you were against it. It was very polarized. And you can, the people that were for it were for it, and those who were against it for any of a number of reasons. They didn't want a tax increase. They were afraid of a $283 a month increase because of infrastructure costs. They were against it because it was the beginning of an $80 million city project that had no end. They were against it because it was a public safety building with no cap on the cost. There was a number of reasons why people voted no. So we need to be grouped in two groups. Yes and no. That's my opinion.
I'll be official this time, sorry. Christopher, 2038 North, 1560 West.
Yeah.
He's used to me talking a lot. Yeah. So anyway, I think BERG. Yeah. I think there's a huge neutral population, and like anything, it always comes down to money. No one in this room makes a decision without considering money. Whether it's buying a toothbrush or a car, it always comes down to money. So certainly that's, I think, the big hang up for 95% of the citizenry, whether you were yes or no. I think a lot of those no's in my kind of small survey certainly came down to money. They felt like maybe there was a way we could do it for $1 million less. And even though $1 million in the city's budget and in my budget, it works a rounding error. When people think about their own pocketbooks, that's a lot of money. So I do think, those are the type of issues that were addressed. I think you're going to have a lot of people that are probably neutral. I think the key is not convincing people on the committee whether they're for or against. It's convincing the citizenry that this is the right thing to do. And I think, in my opinion, that's what's been lacking in the past. I think we were closer last time than the first time, and these type of things always take time. I think someone else mentioned that, well, what do other communities do? This is what they do. I can name 2 or 3 schools that I know went through in small communities where it was a large tax increase, and you had lots of for and against, and and people wrote the paper and editorials and were very active, and that's the way this works. I think it's a process you have to work through. I definitely think the neutrality thing's a big deal, and I think if you're applying for this, I think it comes down to who you think will convince their neighbors and their friends that whatever the decision is, that it's the right decision, and that we can move forward as a community, that we come together as a community, and we might not agree on everything, but that we agree enough to say, I think everyone agrees we need a building. It's just what do we do to get the building? And so I think there's actually a large group of neutral people. I think the fours and against are the people that come to these meetings a lot and say that stuff, but there's a huge group, most of those people that didn't vote, that are the silent majority. And that's always the case. And I think the real trick is to getting those neutral people in here that can get that, get the opinion of those silent majority. You definitely need to know their names. It's just like if I'm participating in the political process, they want to know my name, they want to know my number, so that they can call me and give me information or express their opinion. I think you definitely have to do that. That's part of participating in any public process, is you have to be willing to put your name out there. Those are my thoughts. I appreciate that. I'm actually going to excuse myself before my son goes somewhere else. Thanks. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I just echo the comment. Mine is Shane Pierce, 2360 North, 10 foot west. I just say, people that voted no weren't for nothing. I mean, they weren't for doing nothing. I think it's already been said. So I think it's, and I'm having a hard time thinking if you voted yes, are you now neutral? Does that make you neutral too? Because we're saying if you voted no, you could be neutral, but if you voted yes, and I'm not seeing that slide the other way as easily. So I think there is a chance of stacking the deck with neutral. If we say the criteria is, if you voted no, you could still be neutral. But I would just say, I haven't met anyone that doesn't believe we needed to do something. So, I haven't met anyone. And so I do think we might be better off to do just no's and yeses.
Amy Lindstrom, 1160 East 100 North, and I just really wanted to stand up for a second. Holy smokes. Okay, so I wanted to say that the yeses and nos, I think that that's a really good point. I didn't consider it until tonight, but as you were giving a definition of what a neutral would be, I realized that a true neutral would be someone who just didn't vote. Because anyone who went to the ballot said yes or no, so that is for or against, for whatever reason, even if they were unsure, didn't want to spend the amount of money. So, because quite honestly, what happens, like for Matt, in your situation, what happens if you are on the committee and you find out that 14 million is what it costs to build the building, but you don't want to spend that amount of money? Are you able to then vote yes and support it if you know that we need a building and that's what it costs? And I'm not saying it is, I don't know. There could be a million different options. I'm just saying it may cost that much to build the building. And if money is holding people back in that side, and I saw it on the citizen committee that when the numbers came up, we were all hoping for this great drop in numbers. And when it came up kind of similar, we were all like, oh, shoot, we wanted it to be lower. But, through talking with Mocha and talking to different people, you start to realize, it might cost this much to build this building. So, yeah, I think that if a committee moves forward, that yeses and nos. I also think it would be good to have, like if you had a great, like a meeting and you advertise to the community that that this option is available. I know I talked to, JB Armstrong. He's a contractor in the city who hasn't been very involved in it, but he would be a great resource for this kind of thing. But he's just an area that hasn't been tapped. So I think that, but he has interest in it. It's just an invitation, getting people who know him to invite him to come down here. And if he's willing to, why don't we have the people who are willing to put their name on a list, put their name on the for and against list, put their names in those hats, and then you guys as a group narrow it down to whatever. I mean, it's hard to narrow down because the second you start narrowing, you're screening, which removes the transparency and the randomness of all of it. So anyway, the other thing I would say is, I know, Mary, when you said at the retreat, you said we're going to get the RFP, and then we're going to get the structural information, and then at that point, we'll get the information back, and then we'll decide what we're going to do. And at that point, maybe we'll get committees together and whatever else. So I'm kind of curious as to why all of a sudden there's a huge rush, and why are we pushing through it? I think last year there were a lot of people who were saying, why is it on the ballot again? And they were frustrated with it. And in the current track, if we're pushing for a committee right now, then we're pushing for it for a time frame, and we're pushing for it to be on the ballot again this year. And maybe we just need to slow down and take a minute and gather why did people vote no, and gather the RFP stuff, and then figure out what we need as far as the committee in the city. Sorry, taking a minute. But the other thing I would say is, as you're talking about this committee, I'm thinking this was the exact definition of what the citizen committee was. We had a whole bunch of people who were against it and a whole bunch of people who were for it. And we all met together, and our job was to go out and we talked to all the people in our neighborhoods and tried to get their opinions, and we brought them to the meeting and discussed them. And then we were supposed to go out and rally support. So that's what we did, but it still had the results that it did. I don't necessarily know that it's a committee that's going to make a difference as much as it is half the city will vote for it if it's under 8,000 or less and not using our taxes, and half of the city will vote for it if it meets the needs of the department, whatever it is. So, and just for the record, I do vote yes, and I do support the public safety, but if it is a building design that does not support their needs and is not what's best for the city, I will not vote yes for it. So I'm not a always voting yes person. I support the public safety, obviously, but that doesn't mean always just getting them a new building if it's not in the best interest of the city or in the best interest of their needs.
So that brings me to a question with, why would we narrow it down?
Why would we narrow it down?
The people who submit their names, if they know the commitment and they know the description of the committee, why would we screen out people?
I think that we're interested in having passionate people who are committed to the process and have already demonstrated that they are willing to stick with this through thick and thin over time and see the effort through. And at the end of this, mainly it's for the purposes of the citizens to be able to look at the results and say, everything has been evaluated. It has been evaluated by people that we trust. There is consensus among people who strongly disagree, strongly agree with prior proposals, and they've also been held accountable by strong voices who can call a spade right there. And then I think that you have people that are going to show up all the time and see the process through.
So that's the job description, what you just said.
Yeah.
So that's who's going to apply.
Yeah.
So is there a reason to screen it down after that point? If you're getting the people who meet that job description that you just said, why would we screen it out after that? Because then it's going to look like we're screening. Why would we just not put their names in a hat?
So 10-10, just make it even?
Well, no, it could be 100 people. Well, yeah, you can make it.
saying.
I see what you're saying. You'd have to screen it to make it even, but you wouldn't screen it down to, if 100 people apply, that's why they're screening. I guess it's going to see who applies and go from there. Because to screen it down to 10 or 8 people, it just kind of lost the whole point of being open and transparent.
There's only 9 people. You're not going to get quality. You're going to have a range.
That's the chance we take by opening it and being open and transparent to the community.
So let's keep to our format of having the floor. Did you have anything else?
Greg Warburton, 779 East Center Street. I guess I have a question for the mayor, being that this idea is coming from the mayor. What precedence has been set in our city and other cities for a secondary committee to decide something so large as what's in front of the city?
Let me share something that's not at the same scale, but required the same kind of dedication and commitment. and required enough motivation to see the job all the way through. A few years ago, we decided as a community that we would adopt the Centennial Project. And we went ahead and I volunteered to head that committee, reported through a city council person back to the council, and selected 12 people to be chairs of each of the different areas of responsibility. Over the course of a year, we spent our time planning and analyzing what needed to be done. And then we asked for volunteers to both come forward and help build it. And we asked for donations to come forward and help fund it. And we had approximately 6,000 people show up over a 9-day period to construct the facility. And we had about $500,000 in donations. And they came from the same group of people that are here now. So I strongly believe we have precedents in our city for people that are passionate and are willing to get involved in a public cause that's a good, responsible interest for the citizens, and see the project all the way through completion. And that they can be strongly holding each other accountable. And those decisions for funding and financing and legal issues and guidance can come right back to the city council where it should be.
Did that project,
Other than the fact
did that
that
project
I've done it before,
require,
I have no experience in this.
okay, so we're talking about a $13 million project. How many tax dollars did that project that you're referring to
None.
take into consideration? Okay. So money being, yes, a determining factor in our votes.
Money in this case was donated. That means that we had to go out and convince people to donate to make this thing happen. Which is in fact is what we're asking the people to do when we put something on the ballot and ask them to vote for it. It's to donate to make this thing happen. And they can say yes, or they can say no.
Okay, so in the past, though, one person was sent out, which was you, to go gather these people.
I'm sorry?
With this other scenario, you were one person sent out to gather 12, correct? The responsibility was given to you specifically to go out and gather this, the rest of your secondary committee.
Yeah, I volunteered to
Okay.
head the group, and I selected the group.
Okay.
And I had descriptions for each one of the people that would work on.
Okay. Looking at my personal property tax form on my house, I am paying up the $1,670. I'm paying $285 to Pleasant Grove at a rate of 0.001. It's just 997. When was the last time that percentage was adjusted?
Adjusted through a property tax increase through instigated by the city council. We could not find the last time that was done. It has come up twice because of general obligation bonds. The swim pool bond, which was early 1990s, and the rec center bond. The swim pool bond has now been paid off, so that has been taken off that. But yeah, I mean, the council has not instituted a property tax increase in a long time. It does, that number does fluctuate depending on our assessed valuation, depending on the rules that the county has when it comes to how they collect property taxes. This is a statewide deal. This isn't just specific to Pleasant Grove. The formula gets a little complicated. City council instituted property tax increase. We went back to 1985, and that's about far back as the records we looked.
Okay, so we've known we've had this need for more than just the last 2 years that we've chased after this. So my question is, I don't know how many people have been mad at the city for not saving dollars in your budget. Boy, there's really not a whole lot of dollars to save. Let's be honest. There is just, you got to scrimp to accomplish what's accomplished here within the city and have great individuals to do that.
that being the fact, why are we not, as a city, increasing the tax rates, and so we can have a little bit of savings, and so we're not completely bonding this thing?
Don't have a good answer for you on that. I do know that that same question was raised 2.5 years ago, and then the council decided to do a MBA bond, which effectively would be a tax increase to people. And the citizens came out to a meeting and said no. The city council changed that and decided to put it on the ballot. And the citizens voted 70 to 30 no. So that's the only information I have for you.
As many of the city council members have mentioned that they're not in a mad dash. Like, unfortunately, it was done the first time in too crazy of a mad dash. And it was like 2 months to try and put this whole formula together. And last year, unfortunately, boy, I don't know why the Blue Ribbon Committee didn't start work right after, along with the other committees. They waited until, what, 5 months before the vote. So I'm realizing that there's the need for money. Is there any drive for the city council? I'd like to hear from each of the city council. Is there any drive to increase that tax rate? From what I understand, that's your budget. You don't have another way of accumulating dollars. Well, you've got some city sports programs and things of that nature, which bring in some money.
There's two methods of taking the money into the city, two major methods.
Okay.
One is property tax, the other one is sales tax.
Okay.
And it's not like there's enough in either one of those where you're going to have surplus and get this job done.
The state
Put it
gives
another
us.
way.
The state
we
gives
could
us.
shut the city down, all operations for 5 years, and then maybe save enough money to do this project.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And the state gives us more money than we raise on our own.
What do you mean?
Because we are operating in a region, and because we as Pleasant Grove don't collect sales tax, or when you compare us to American Fork and Lehigh.
Okay, so
we get some of their revenue.
Sales tax is collected in the following way statewide. At every register, for whatever the item purchase was, 1% of the sales tax number, 6.8 or whatever it is, 1% of that is collected for cities. Half of that 1% goes to the city where the sales tax was generated, and the other half is distributed statewide based on population.
But that to raise our property tax, that would be something that would be done here, correct? Within this municipality. Pardon?
And we would present that to the citizens. The council would vote on it, and if they decided to vote on it by themselves, I believe the city citizens could do a referendum. And I think that has been raised as what was going to happen in 2013. And so either way you look at it, right, whether the decision to do it is unilaterally made here, the citizens still have a voice and a mechanism to reverse that process if they choose to do so.
Okay, one more question. So now we have our secondary committee, and they've done this fabulous job of putting this package together, and 30,000 people of the 32,000 are hoorah. Does it go out as a go bond vote, or does it go out as an MBA bond vote?
The amount of money that you would spend on an MBA, as we've witnessed, just in moving it from an MBA to a GO bond in 2013 was about $2 million. The difference in savings.
You're talking
19 to 17. That's just on interest rates alone.
When you say $2 million, are you talking about at the end of the 20-year bond, that there would be $2 million difference, right?
Yeah, from 17 million to 19 million. That's the difference.
Well, we need to amortize that $17 million loan. And that's where the $2 million difference is after the complete loan is paid for and the city's paid
It's the
$34
difference the
million.
city Citizens would pay in interest.
Yeah,
For the money.
but it's not 17 to 19, it's 36 to 38, right?
Correct.
Okay.
The amount of money that you've paid back, of course, like your home, is the total of principal and interest over the period of time that you held it.
Yes.
But right out of the chute, instead of borrowing 17 million to do this building on a GO bond, if you did an MBA bond, you'd be borrowing more too, right out of the chute. Because that's how the lending agencies treat the security or the underlying support for a GO bond versus an MBA.
In essence, you've got to have a higher down payment, same as building a spec home as opposed to your own residence.
I don't know if that's a fair example or not, but I do know that there's that difference in how much you're going to borrow right
So
out the door.
I'm assuming your answer was then that the city would take the more inexpensive approach and do a GO bond. Is that correct?
The less expensive approach.
Yeah, the lesser of the two, do the GO bond.
And that's not my decision. That would be the council's decision. And either way, the citizens would validate it or not.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Blaine Thatcher, 120 North, 1400 East. I think we may be losing sight of the purpose of this committee in all the discussion about the process and how we select it and that kind of thing. I'm really not concerned as much about stacking the committee or that kind of thing. I have great confidence and faith that our mayor and the council will appropriately select a committee that has the capabilities to fulfill the purpose of the committee. The real purpose here is that we get the data, that we get the real information that we need to make the appropriate decision, or at least a recommendation on how to proceed. And it almost feels as if we're a little afraid to get that data. And from some of the comments I'm hearing, I think that is the purpose of the committee, and I support wholeheartedly the acquiring and analyzing that data and answer these questions. Can it be done for less? Can it be done with existing facilities? Do we need to build new? What is it we need to do? And so I think we're spending way too much time on how do we select the committee members. We select a lot of committees in the city. We use committees all the time. We have a planning commission, we have design review boards, we have all kinds of things, and they make recommendations on how to expend city funds, how to craft ordinances. I think this is an appropriate way to go about accessing this information and getting the data. And so I support you, Mayor, and I think we should proceed with it.
I'd like to respond to that. The process to me is what's important. Last year we were accused of taking the citizens committee on both sides. We were accused of too many for and too many against. So the process to how we do this and be open and transparent is actually critical. Because last year we were accused of not doing that. And I'm not going to go through that again this year. So I want to be open and transparent from day one. And the process is what is important. And it's to randomly select so no one is accused on either side of stacking the deck and having their people or not. That's why we're doing it this way, and to identify the process, because the process is what we have been criticized for the past 2 years. And
I would disagree.
What I'm trying to prevent.
I would disagree a little bit.
Well, I've been sitting here, so I know.
I think you're hung up on the process of
Right.
selecting a committee.
That's exactly right.
And when you need to maybe focus a little more on the process of the purpose of the committee and what it's doing, that is get the data. if you get the data, how you selected people really isn't going to matter.
Yes, it will, because the data will be accused of flying the data.
Well, you may be, but
Okay, well, I don't want that though. We're trying
well,
to avoid that.
regardless of what you do, you may be accused of that. So
Well, I'm trying to avoid that because the more open
Well,
and transparent it is,
again,
the less likely we're going
whether
to
you do
create trust
surveys,
issues
is that
because
really going to
there's
change
an
what the committee is going to do?
Let's take turns.
Okay, and to respond to that, and to even go back before to who was speaking earlier. Thank you. So you were talking about collecting data and making decisions off of data. Don't you want, so Shin said that he didn't know of anybody that had voted no because they wanted to vote no. It was no, but there were a lot of people, and maybe I'm the only person that heard from people that voted no because they didn't want the building period. There were still a lot of people. So I want, so to make a really fair assessment, I think all data needs to be collected.
That's my point.
But I can support Sid in saying that first, the process is important. Then your thing is the purpose is then next important.
I would say that is the process.
Well, we'll agree to disagree because I feel like the process is very vital to where we're headed. And
Well, the reason we have this
process,
question.
excuse me, I'm going to just say. And then at that point, then we'll come up with the purpose.
The reason we're having this debate is we didn't get all of the data to make the decision. I think that's what the effort of putting this committee together is to do, is to answer those questions for the citizens. And if the committee can do that, it really doesn't matter if you technically had 2 neutral people or 3 neutral people. If you actually are able to accomplish the goal of this committee, those people, whether they're for or against or neutral, have to come to the table and analyze the data. Whether it's what they wanted it to show or not, they've got to be willing to say, this is what the data shows. Am I understanding that that's what the committee is to do?
We're not arguing about that.
We're arguing how we're
You're arguing about how to select the committee. That's what I'm saying. You're worrying too much about that.
No.
Focus on getting the data.
I think you're wrong, Blaine.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because this is the reason I see it. We had plenty of data before, but the data was not validated because of that initial process of who we selected. And there was a lot of concern about how it was selected, which did not validate the data that was collected. So I think that's why it's kind of critical, and the city council is kind of backing off on this a little bit, because we want to make sure that the direction, the process to get the data is correct, so it's acceptable.
Valid point.
And it may seem like minutia to you, but for us, this is.
It doesn't seem like minutia. I'm just saying it's getting overemphasized. I think what the mayor has laid out looks fairly straightforward, fairly easy to not get lost in the process we did before. To have people that are well vested, who have some education about the issue, and can assess the data that is derived. I just don't see that as undoable. I think you get, like the mayor said, people that are heavily involved and heavily vested. I think we're going to get the right data, and they're going to be able to analyze it, and everyone's going to be able to come to a reasonable opinion on, wow, this is the obvious course of action to take. I hope to.
And I do want to say one more thing. So for those of you that are sitting out there, it may look like we're a little gun shy, and it may look like we're a little nervous, a little hesitant, and This view is very different than this view. And so be patient. Don't snicker at us. Be a little bit more understanding, a little bit more kind. Be patient. You know, we get knee-jerk reactions all the time to everything. We had one to St. John. But we're also kind of logical thinkers. I mean, look, good grief, we can talk something to death. But you know, on this very, very, very important issue, we may go a little slow, but just be patient with us.
I would simply add, my comments are not just directed at you. I'm trying to be patient. My comments are really directed at all of the discussion that's had here. It seems like a lot of the comments from this podium have been caught up in this selection process. And I think we need to focus on.
Well, let me talk about the 800-pound gorilla that's sitting in the room that nobody wants to talk about, and I'll talk about it. This is just my personal opinion. We have very strong figures that were for and very strong figures that were against what happened last year. And the very strong figures on both sides are the people that went out and influenced both an increase in the number of voters that turned out. I think it was an additional 1,800 that showed up to vote, and changed it from a 70-30 to a 52-48. And, pardon? The point is, we want the influential people who have the ability to go and influence the rest of the population to participate in a process where they and everyone else that participated feel that all of the information that should have been looked at has been looked at and evaluated. And that each group that voted for or against can trust the input of the people that they normally call on their way to the poll to be able to make their decision, because that's what's happening. And I just want to be clear that that's my perspective, and that's why I've recommended it the way I've recommended it. I'm trying to address the 800-pound gorilla and be diplomatic here. I don't have any authority. I do what the council tells me to do. Right now, the council is concerned. They've been through this twice, and they have been accused. So I'm trying to ease the burden here and create a situation where we can get rid of that and focus on the issue, which is, do we or do we not need a solution to public safety, and what solution is that based on all the options that are going to be weighed? And that's really the 800-pound gorilla. And if I'm missing something here and I'm way off base, then let me know. But I believe that's the issue.
Mayor, you mentioned that you're willing to allow the city council to be on that committee.
Stick with our format, Greg.
Thank you. Greg Warburton, 7790 Center Street. You mentioned that the city council might play a role in these secondary committees. Up to two people.
Yeah, because by law, if you get 3 of them together and they're voting, I mean, what's the point of bringing it back here to voting?
Okay.
So legally, you can't have that kind of a meeting. You can only have 2 of them unless it's a formally advertised public meeting.
So my question then is, what about these folks over here, staffers? Are they allowed to be on this committee when they truly day in, day out are they're 40, 60 hours a week into this thing?
You know, if they want to put their name in it and get drawn out of the hat, that's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, question. So if it's going to be a publicly noticed meeting, regardless if the council is attend or not, can we all attend?
Everyone can attend because it'll be a publicly noticed meeting.
Jason Hunter, 680 East, 300 North. Mayor, you mentioned getting passionate people. If people are passionate about this, can you really be neutral? I don't know. we've had 2 years of items. We've had a Blue Ribbon Steering Committee the first time. We had other committees. And I think all of the committees have come out with people that have been split ideas, you know. And what's to keep this committee from doing the same thing? If you get passionate people, we see this in federal government. There are very, very passionate, fascist could be a word, passionate people on both sides that can't come to a compromise. And I feel for you and the council because you have to represent 35,000 people, and that's 35,000 different ideas. It was mentioned, you know, could this building be done for less? Things can always be done for less. Things can always be done for more. Where we need to come to the agreement of is, and I think this is more of a council and, you know, a master planning than a committee thing, because we could go build a 10-year building. We could build a 20-year building. We could build a 100-year building. There's, you know, we have major issues with our library. The library they built in Salt Lake, you know, they built it so that it would last for a very long time, and they don't have the issues that we've had. So I struggle with, I like the idea of, if we're going to move forward with the committee, let's do that. But I think if people are voting yes, they're a yes. People are voting a no. If they voted no, they're a no. I don't know how you can find a neutral, whether it's Matt or myself or Drew. And there are a lot of people that voted no one year, voted yes the next. There are a lot of people that voted no, but, you know, it would have been $1 million cheaper. Well, a lot of us didn't have all of the information. Will this committee give, I mean, will they, you can take data and you can spin it any way you want. We saw that this last election. We had audited city financials that had bond numbers, you know, debt numbers, debt ratios that were spun in different ways. So is more data the way? I don't know. But that's all my thoughts.
Thanks.
Yep.
So what if we get rid of the
Full story.
Let me describe neutral. I tried to redefine it earlier, but I don't think anybody really understood what I was saying. It's people that can look at someone that's saying absolutely yes no matter what it costs. And it's people that look at someone else that says hell no for no reason ever. And hold both people accountable to the rationality that something has to be done, and we need to come up with reasonable solutions that the majority of the populace would agree with. That's a neutral person. I think so. That's only because of the transfer. Sorry.
Carl Cooney, 2115 North, 180 West. After going through the vote for a couple years and volunteering and trying to be part of the solution, I'm a little bit, I'm not an emotional guy. I'm more of a run through the wall guy, but I'm a little bit sad at this meeting because this massive trust divide still exists. And I think there's a bigger problem too, that our CEO, write-in mayor, can't be our CEO. Nobody's allowing him to truly lead the ship. As an overwhelming writing candidate to everybody in this room, we can all sit here and spin it and spin it and spin it. I've got one for you. I voted no. I voted no. I'd vote yes because I'm committed to the solution. So throw my hat in the yes name. Think on that. Not really, but I actually would. I sat here and thought about it, though. That's how silly these analogies are. I would just ask everybody in the room to please let our mayor be CEO. Whether his vote counts or not, council, let him lead you. You guys are emotionally battered. You're scared. You've admitted that. You've taken name calling, everything else. He's trying to lead this ship. Let him lead. Have faith in our mayor that he will do what he was, as a write-in candidate, voted to do to the best of his ability, and then he will turn it back to you to vote. Thank you.
Jacob Such, 291 South, 300 East. I just wanted to say that as a resident, I felt very underrepresented in this process the last 2 years. The council has generally been very pro for this building, and while you've been very open to discussion, I haven't felt so much that you've been open to listening to what some of the people that have been concerned would have to say. As I look at some of the stuff that's going on even in this process, it's irrational to me. I don't think randomness equals transparency. I would prefer that Mike have the best people to move forward, not the random people who got stuck with. I don't think that's ever a good answer. You would never do that for any of the committees that the city has internally. Yes, there's a trust issue here, but I think a big part of that is that the more that the council puts their hands into the process, making odd demands like this has to be drawn from a hat randomly, I think you would be better off to just step back and say, go ahead, Mayor, win or fell, it's on you. And not, because anything bad, if you put your hands in it like that, is going to come back to you. Where if you give it to the mayor, it's his problem. As I've told some people about the process, and you get to some of the stuff about that, the hat in specific, they just get this look on their face like it's insane. And they all say the same thing. Why did you do that?
Harry Potter.
Yeah, is this Harry Potter? Is this? And then the other thing I wanted to point out, committees do work. The committees worked last year. We had a record turnout because you had committees there fighting for you. I've spoke out against this, but I still went to all my neighbors and I invited them to come to your meeting and hear what you had to say. And the people that couldn't come to the meeting were generous enough to invite me back into their home to give the flyers that you guys produced. And so committees work. You should absolutely move forward with this one. Let's see if I have anything else here. I agree with the previous man. The mayor was elected on this issue, I think. I don't think any of the rest of you can make that claim.
We were elected.
But you weren't elected on this issue.
But we were all still elected regardless.
I'm not saying that your vote should be taken away. You'll still be the deciding factor.
That's what you're saying.
I'm saying you should take the risk away from you.
I don't want this to be taken away. That's why we were elected. I should be held accountable.
But
for
I
the
don't
decisions
trust
I make
you.
as an elected official.
And neither does the community.
I know,
And
you
we
said that
voted,
for 3 weeks
we
now.
voted twice
We will never.
against your decision.
Guys, one at a time.
We will never move past what's happening when we continue to make statements like this. It's not going to work.
It's a hugely broad assumption to assume why everyone voted for this mayor.
When for 3 weeks in a row, it's,
Huge.
I don't trust,
Let
I
the man
don't trust,
speak.
I don't trust. How are we gonna move forward? I wanna move forward with you.
Give the mayor control. Let him bring a group
That's not our
together
form
to
of
discuss it.
government.
It's not our form of government.
Did you tell that to Bruce Call when he created the Blue Ribbon Committee?
We disagreed and was civil
Because
about
he was allowed
disagreeing,
to
but
create
we
a
always
committee.
had our vote. We have each have an
And what I'm
individual
hearing
vote.
from some of you, like saying you don't want a committee until you get the RFP.
No.
Is that correct?
I would
So
prefer.
does the RFP allow you to void my vote? Does my vote not count if the RFP comes back and you disagree with it?
No, my
What is
suggestion
wrong
is
with
that we
putting a
wait
group
for the
together to
information.
discuss
I'm
the
not
issue?
saying
That's
at
all
the
they're
end of
doing.
the day that I'm not going to go along with the rest of the council and feel that that's the best interest of the city. I'm just saying at my point, in my time right now, my thoughts are we should have the RFP first. I'm listening, we're all listening to the comments, and at that point, then we will then have a vote. But you can't, we each individually have a vote.
I know that. I'm just encouraging you to support the mayor.
We
do support the mayor.
That's what we're doing.
In his
We're all-
position
it's not
as
just-
mayor,
It's not
but
the
we're not
mayor
gonna all
and then the
agree.
council, we're all working
I'm
together.
encouraging you to support the mayor in this issue.
We are.
You're
How
saying,
are we not?
wait, let's hold off. Let's make weird excuses. Let's draw magic hats from names from
We're
a
giving
hat.
it-
That doesn't really sound like support. It sounds like you're pushing an issue off that for 2 years you've been telling me is a drastic emergency. We've got to do this now. And then all of a sudden, it's okay. We can wait.
It goes back
We don't
to the
need to talk.
process.
Should
have been yesterday.
That's my opinion. I hope that you'll move forward with this and not delay it just to delay it. It's been important for 2 years to get done. I don't understand why it's suddenly not.
We're not saying it's not important. We're saying we listened to the residents for 2 years and we want to take our time and get it right for the third time around. That's what we're saying. We're not saying it's not important. That's why we're actually still making progress on the issue. What we're saying is we listened to the residents for 2 years. They have said no. We want to work together and compromise as a council and a mayor and a community and come together and move forward and not rush, but take our time and do this right. So we're not doing this for a fourth of the time. That's what we're saying. We do support Mike, but there's things that that have happened over the past 2 years that we're trying to make the community come together and compromise. That's what we're trying to do tonight. That's our goal. We're not against anything Mike has said. We're just trying to fill in our voices as elected officials and say, here's what our views and our opinions on this committee. I mean, otherwise, I should just resign and let Mike just, there should be no elected officials if we can't have a discussion and talk and try and compromise. That's what we're trying to do.
That's what I see Mike trying to put a group together for. What I see you guys doing is random weird stirrings of the pot. Explain drawing random
Okay,
people
I will
from a
explain
hat.
that.
How is
Last year-
random?
Okay, let me explain that because that was my idea. Last year, we had a committee that what we thought when we discussed it was for and against. And you talked to each side, and each side will disagree, saying it was not for and it was not against, because there were stacked people on each side. That's what I have heard over and over. So to avoid being accused of that again, I suggested having people who are interested putting their names in a hat and randomly selecting it, so no side can be accused of stacking the deck for or against. That's where the randomness comes. I don't know how else you could do it without the sides being accused of that. If there's another idea, I'm open to hearing it. But that was my idea, so we're not in that same situation as we were last year. That was my thinking behind it. I'm open to other ideas. That's why I suggested that.
The other idea is to give the mayor full discretion on what like names of the four against.
Just get more in.
Or if I would be comfortable with the mayor selecting the
Okay,
against.
I want it to be more open and transparent, so I would not be. I want it to be open and transparent to the entire community.
Let the community
Completely
vote.
open and transparent, but who made those selections? We have that discretion.
It would be transparent that the mayor chose those,
Right.
not a random luck of the draw.
And we have to remember, we're on the third year of doing this. We had the first year, we had the second year. The second year was the mayor's plan. We followed his direction in going through what we went through last year. We're not here to, last year was the mayor's plan. We went forward as a group with him as director, as his leading out and bringing forward that plan. We're not here to.
We'll have to agree to disagree on that, Cindy. Some of the comments I've heard from the council, I don't believe that was Mike's complete plan. He definitely supported it.
He steered
and he worked hard
the
with
plan
you.
all last year and brought us
But
to
we'll
the
disagree
end.
about how much of it was his plan versus others. So.
Stan Smith, 362 North, 2000 West. I live on the outskirts of town, and lots of birds fly over my house. I hear lots of things. In the fall, a lot of signs were taken down for one group. I was called and asked, can you put signs up on your property, which I allowed. I saw a last-ditch effort of whoever this Common Sense Coalition is. I've seen the Common Sense Coalition be accused. However, if you were really to go look at that, the Common Sense Coalition was just a bunch of guys that got together, and gals, and they all contributed money and they all bought their own signs. Now, you know, if you're going to get this accomplished, just one man's opinion, and all the birds that fly over my house, and I'll tell you, there are a lot of people mention things to me. $10 million, $1 less than $10 million builds your building. That's what people tell me every day. I got this article out of the Daily Herald, and so I thought I'd come to this meeting and just make a comment. So that's one issue. I understand they're still talking about building this downtown. My opinion is it should be built down where the 4, 5, 6-story building is. It shouldn't be built downtown here. It should be built where people can where the police group and where the fire group can all move. Again, that's not just my opinion. I'm telling you what I hear people say. We attended a meeting here. What was the date of that? October 7th, August 7th. That's when everybody met and yeah, what was the date of that meeting? Was it October 7th or August 7th?
That was the date exactly.
Yeah, I have it ingrained in my soul.
What date was it?
I don't know. It was early August 2013.
Okay, it was August 7th then. I attended that meeting. And you know, we have not listened to what was said in that meeting. We had several people get up and say that building could be built for a lot less money than the 19 million that people were talking about. Or the 17 million if we with the GO, whatever that is. Last year, you talked about 12.27, but you were going to sell some things off so you could bring the cost of the building up. If you want to build the building and you want the citizens to vote for it, you've got to be under $10 million. I'm just telling you, that's what I hear. When the city came to my family in 2006, they wanted to build a road. Okay? And there were 5 stipulations that the Smith family presented when they built that road. There were to be so many entrances and exits and so forth and so on. We required that all of our land, if it was cut down into pieces, would stay in the green belt. And there's a number of other things. And when we really came down to it, and you're smiling over there because you were back there, but what really happened was the county finally came back in the end and wanted to take a stipulation out the money was there to close. The closing company called me, told me what the county wanted to do, and I said, we will not close. Because, you know, people didn't respect what they had previously agreed on. I said, either you get a new letter or you get the letter changed. Within a half an hour, the county attorney was there, made the change. The title company called me and we closed. It's that simple. I don't mean to take any more time, but if you go back to that meeting on August the 7th, 2013, and see what at least 5 very knowledgeable people said about the cost of the building, I don't know where the 19 million ever came from. But I'm saying if you build it for 10 million, you won't need to do anything. And I don't know what you can build for 10 million, but I know you can build all that's needed for 10 million. I do know that. But it really needs to be down in the new development. St. John's got approved tonight, or whatever was done. I wasn't here. I apologize that I didn't know exactly what happened, but the thing is, they should be approached. The property should be in the back with 2 entrances and exits so the fire department can get in and out. So public safety can get in and out. And I don't think the city should sell any properties just to build this new building. Spend 10 million, get the property for a reasonable amount of money. And you know, you got to have committees. I agree with that. But you, Mayor, are sitting where you were at because in the meeting on August the 7th, 2013, you and I and others made comments and said what they were doing was irresponsible. Maybe, I hope I'm not putting a word in your mouth, but that's what we all said. I would hope that we can listen, go back and reread those minutes. I have read them twice. And if you'll read what they say, you'll know what the public is really wanting to have done. Thank you for your time.
How many more people are going to be speaking? But I've got 2 of these.
Can we take a little bio break? Is that okay?
No. So moved.
Give us a few minutes. Thanks. We're going to take a 5-minute bio break. Hold that thought.
Is false information that would now. I thought you were
That seems like deja vu too.
Yeah,
you're doing good. How are you doing?
Most people live in these nice big houses. Then the next statement I say is, they can afford the taxes. Yes, I'm sure you fix the. There's a house 1 more block east from me that I would love to trade my place for, and I think I can't because 1 block further east than I am, and the taxes go up, and then block east of them, the taxes go up. Want to come over here? Look at it. Go over 3 hours.
Oh, you did? Oh, you did?
It was on the market, then it was off. Now, today, it's back. Until Jason texts me over. Win the lottery.
You know, my analysis on it,
That'd be nice.
yeah, when I went through all my background analysis, I was at the bottom, so I see that
Yeah.
Anyway,
And my wife is 79 plus there. My doctor went
well, I want you to know I'm going to watch you know, what I can't
Playing the banter here? I don't think we're done yet. I'm with you. I think
Something leads me to believe.
Or the judge wants I have an issue on and that's on my I'm not gonna go to the
I can't believe you made him come sit through this.
I know.
Why not?
See you again.
Actually, we missed walking down on Sunday night, so
Sorry, Drew, we're holding you up.
wow, I'm just ready to go home and watch Walking Dead.
Sooner than you Hey, thank you for allowing us to bio break. We're going to continue now. Drew, go ahead, Drew. Name and address.
Drew Armstrong, 995 East Center Street. Got a couple of things that I wanted to mention here. First of all, I didn't vote for all of you, but I did vote for a lot of you. And as a whole, I trust that you represent maybe not me. I can say, well, yeah, no, yeah. I mean, I could do that, but as a whole, you represent the citizens, all of you, including the mayor of this town. You do. You won your elections, right? That's what happens. So we can sit and say whatever we want about, I personally don't trust you, or I do trust you, or whatever. But the fact is that you won your elections. That means you got the majority of the vote, and that means that what you say is, a lot of you won a couple elections, right? So that what you're saying, I mean, the representation is just implied. We voted for you. That's why you're here. All of you, including the mayor, not excluding the council or the mayor. That being said, I remember 3 weeks ago, I think it was, when we talked about the committee, brought it up, said this is what we're going to do. And at that point, I seem to recall that the council could have shut that thing right down, and they didn't. Right? I mean, they had the will, they had the ability, they could have gone ahead and done that. I think they would have easily. There's enough that would have voted, look, we're not doing any more committees, to shut that down. I think it's kind of disrespectful to sit there and say, well, you don't want this, because if you didn't want it, you wouldn't have it. Right? We wouldn't be talking about a committee at all if you weren't willing to say, I listened, and we're doing it because I listened. Because if you didn't listen, we could do whatever we wanted. You could do whatever you wanted, and you represent us. So,
one of the things that I wanted to mention is 2 years ago, I went to Mike's meeting at the bungalow, and I got a sign, and I voted against the building. $19 million, too much money for me. So I voted against it. And this last year I voted for it. And so you could say that I'm neutral, right? I mean, obviously I'm neutral because I went one way and went the other. And I mean, if it changes enough, I could vote against it again. You know, maybe the price goes up a little bit. Does anybody believe that I'm neutral? No. Okay. Well, that's the problem with neutrality. I don't believe that Matt's neutral either, but I would love to have him on a committee with me. I think I could work with this guy, right? I think I could sit down with him and we could hash it out and we could decide find some common ground. I don't think he's neutral. I don't think I'm neutral, but I could make a case for it, you know? I don't think that we should have any neutral members because I don't think unless you're going to go to people that have just moved into the city, just barely moved in, and they don't know the history and stuff like that. I mean, I think maybe you could, but I think Mike's point's valid. I mean, would they be willing to be that involved? Because what 60% of those who live in this city and have lived here for a long time don't vote. So I'm not sure you could find the 40% of the few that I don't know. I think it's really important that, I mean, I agree with Shane. I agree with a lot of people that I don't think there is no such a thing as neutral here. I don't think we should have them. But I think what we should do is look for people who are willing to listen and to hear and to compromise. And as Blaine said, gather the data. And I think that one of the things that we need to do in order to gather the data to begin with is get the RFP done. Because there's no point in starting the gathering the data process unless we have some professional input that we're saying I mean, after 2 years of doing this, we're going, okay, what else can we find out that we didn't find out that was inadequate so far? And okay, we're going to do this RFP. Let's get the RFP done so we have some data to look at. Because if we don't have any data to look at, there's no point in going through a committee process. What are we going to talk about? What are we going to go gather more information about if we haven't gathered, if we don't have any basis from where to start? Let's see. I could tell you I didn't vote for all of you, but I trust that you're going to do the right thing for our city as a whole, and I appreciate your service. That's it.
Jennifer Baptista, 32 North, 1300 East. I wasn't going to get up and talk, but I feel that I need to on a couple of things. I was involved in both years process trying to do something about the public safety building. I didn't want to be involved in either year. I got pulled into the being involved because people called me and asked me questions, and I don't like to leave people without answers, so I started asking questions, and it pulled me into the program and into the process. And so after 2 years of this process and being here on the third year, I'm like, Carl, I have been heartbroken for 3 years because this city is divided, and it doesn't have to be. It is really, really sad what we do to each other and what we say to each other and how we treat each other and the arguments and the neglect and the miscommunications and the lack of information. And nobody respects the fact that everybody has a question that needs to be answered. The only reason I got involved is because people were asking me questions. And until I could answer those questions, I wasn't going to make a decision. I wasn't going to decide because, you know, it was a question that wasn't answered. And it was valid questions. And whether or not you think they're valid or you don't think they're valid, if it's for or against, or you have a problem with whatever it is, it's still a valid question for the person who's voting because it's their vote you're asking for. So regardless of your opinion of why people ask questions or why challenge this or why challenge that, It's their vote. Everybody has a right to validate to themselves personally on their vote. And how they vote should never be judged by that person or put them in a group or a category or anything else, because everybody has a vote and they have a reason for that vote, regardless. I'm one of those that if I don't have the answers, I'm not going to help cause a problem that I might have to come back and fix later, or have to apologize for, or can't sleep at night because it was a bad decision. So I lean on the safe side, where I just don't. And unless I can 100% put my name, my reputation behind something, I am not going to support it. And it all based on the information that I'm given and the trust I have in where that information came from. And that's how I weigh my stuff. I have to address the mayor. I don't know how many people understand why he became a write-in candidate. I'm going to tell you right now, it's because I asked him to. So anybody that wants to claim that they know why he ran as a write-in, you're all wrong. Every single one of you are wrong. I know why he ran because I asked him to. And my reasoning isn't what everybody wants to promote. Now, why they supported him or why they voted for him, that's what he got voted in for. But why he ran? No, it's because of the conversation that him and I had. And that's why I ran his campaign. That's why he asked me to be his campaign manager. Because we understood something and was working on it. And I can tell you that man ran because he saw a divided city. He saw what was happening to our citizens, and it broke his heart and it broke mine. And all he wanted to do was run to give the option for those citizens that were screaming for an option and to bring the city together. And we've done nothing but tear it apart more and more every year. I went to the retreat and told you exactly how I felt and what I thought about what happened in the last 2 years. And I was challenged on it and criticized for it because it wasn't understood or it didn't make sense. And I'm just being honest and telling you that out of what I've heard from people, what I have been through in the process myself, what I've learned, that was my opinion. Whether or not you liked it or not, whether you agreed with it or not, that's what it was. And if you want to move forward and do something like you did before, I told you, fine, do that. Just don't expect a different result. I don't care if you have a committee. I don't care one way or the other. All I know is the committee, if you have one, and my understanding from Mike's proposal, or the mayor's proposal, was to unite the group that's divided. So having a neutral group, pulling random names out of the hat, whatever you're going to do is not going to bring the divided sides together, because those divided sides have profound problems. One, they don't trust very many people. And the other thing is neither side is listening to each other, period. So the people that aren't listening to each other are probably the best people to stick in this committee to have them hash it out. And you have the clause, if it didn't work, then you do away with the committee. But what is the purpose of the committee if we're doing the same thing we did the last 2 years? We've had committees 2 years. We went through this whole transition, this whole process of who can be on, who can't be on, who should be, who shouldn't be, how many fors, how many against. Where did it get us? Put the people that disagree the most together and let them hash it out. If they can't hash it out, you're never going to win a bond anyways, right? What's the point? It's not a fight between council and mayor. It's become a fight between citizens now because of the process and the distrust and the situations that's happened in the last 2 years. So the citizens need to have people on that committee that they do trust and that will get, and give them feedback or whatever it is, and they can stand behind. But you stack them with people that are unknown or out of another city or randomly selected from a hat, Do you think I'm gonna trust those people? I don't even know these people. So whatever it is that you guys want is not what the citizens want. So if you guys, I mean, you guys have done it, and you guys have controlled it. You have done all the processes the way that you think that you can. And where has it gotten you? Absolutely nowhere. Except for two bonds that have failed. Why can't you step back and let the citizens just hash it out in a controlled environment where you're supplying them information that they need? The problem was, and 100%, I voted no because there were questions, and I sent you guys emails. I sent you a private email saying, okay, guys, because you guys all know I was supporting the bond. You guys all knew I was on your side. And it was until I got that absentee ballot and I actually had to put a vote down that I had to ask myself, what can I live with? The answers weren't there. I didn't have them at all. I had some. I had lots of information to prove that the $14+ million bond was appropriate for the building you were asking for. I got all that. I wasn't stupid. I listened. I went to I probably went to more citizen meetings than any other citizen went to. I got all of it. The other thing I got was a lot of different information depending on what meeting I showed up. And I got no information from some of the committees that we didn't know we could attend. And some of that would have probably answered some of my questions where I would not have had the problem. The problem is we need to answer questions. Now, do you want to control that, or do you want the citizens to actually deal with that and answer it themselves? They know what their questions are. They know what their no vote means. Let them tell you, let them ask the questions, let them get the answers that they want, and they still may not be happy with it. They still might vote no because they may not like the outcome. I can't tell you. I can't tell you 14, 19, 8, 6, 5. Everybody has a different reason. And yes, I agree, Diana. There are people that are just no way, no chance, no matter what, we don't need the building. I've heard it. So I'll give you credit for that. I heard it. I've heard lots of things. I've probably heard more reasons why the no vote is than you guys have heard. Because I got the questions that I couldn't answer. So I am done, so done with everybody just taking this thing and dividing the city up and trying to control everything and trying to cure everything and not just let the citizens do what they need to do to deal with it in a controlled environment. Whether that's committee or not a committee, I told you that at the retreat, I don't care. We need transparency. We need the citizens to be involved. We need to let them know and see all the processes, regardless of committee or not a committee. But all we have to do is answer those questions and then let them decide if they are willing to pay for it. But we can't control it anymore. It just doesn't work. Micromanaging, dictating, all that other stuff you've done already. Sorry, it's happened. I went to all the committees and I still had to vote no. So where does that put me? What hat do I fall in? And honestly, if it goes through the same process that we've been through the last 2 years, and the committees are treated and done and handled the same way, I don't want to be on the committee. Because I want it to be a neutral committee. I want it to be organic. I want it to be as raw can be. Because until we go raw, we're not going to solve the problem and we're not going to heal the wounds.
I'm gonna be quick. Okay, so I came late. I promise I'll be late. I'll be quick. But
Name and address.
Oh, Debbie Hahn, 992 East 101. So I came late, and I mean, you guys have been at this for hours, and it's like a battle, and really, we just need to call truce. And what happens when you have a truce is you just leave it for a while. We just need to leave it. I like 6 months, no PSB talk, none. And I think that is really the best solution. We just calm down, take the time. We don't battle anymore. We just we just call truce, no more TSB for 6 months or 3 months or whatever. We just leave it. That's my advice.
I'm Jack Freeman, 450 East, 100 North. I didn't care how long it took. I'm retired, so it doesn't matter to me. Maybe I'm missing the whole point of everything. I liked what Diana said about what did this no vote meant. And that's what triggered me in the first place. Was what I'm hearing here is, yes, we want to build a building at this cost. No, we don't want to build a building at that cost. Then comes back to your question. There were a lot of people in the city who either voted no or didn't vote at all because they don't want no building. They think the buildings we have are pretty. And why aren't they functional? They look really nice. So maybe this, it needs to be decided, should we build a building, a public safety building, or should we not build a public safety building? And if it's no, then all this goes away. Not for the two chiefs over there, it doesn't. Not for the judge, it doesn't. But for the citizenry and this, let's get all emotional and hate our neighbor over their opinion. Everybody has a right to their own opinion. Whether their opinion is right or not. For 40 years, I sat in these kind of things. Wow. I personally, and so I'm just going to talk slow because my mind doesn't work real fast anymore, but I think you as the council need to tell the city very plainly, very clearly, either you've decided that we need a new public safety building, and so we are going to build a new public safety facility. And make that decision. Then the public understands, okay, we're going forward. Because right now you have citizens out there who don't know, are you going for another building? And if so, why are you going for another building? We said no, you know. And so I would like to see you make a decision that, yes, we've decided as a city with all of the stuff we've done for the last several years, we've decided that we're going to go for a new building. Once that's decided, and if you decide, yes, we're going to go for a new building, then the public knows that's what you're going to do. So the next time you have whatever election or vote on something, they know it is not a vote for yes, we're going to have a building, or no, we're not going to have a building. If you vote yes, and you tell the city we're going to build one, then the issue changes to what's been discussed here. Do we want to build a building at this cost, or do we want to build a building at this cost, or a building over here, or a building over there? That's a whole different issue. And so I think a lot of time and a lot of neighborhood emotions and things have been spent, and should not have been, as to whether the city is going to build one or isn't going to build one. And I think that is within your realm as the city council, having been elected by the public, to make a declaration. We are going to build one. We have had all the professionals tell us we need one, and we've had them tell us we don't have the facilities right now that meet that need, so we're going to go for one. Then the issue shifts to, can we use the existing buildings, renovate them, or do we build a new one? Do we put it out here on the freeway, or put it here downtown? And I'm sorry, I'm from the Midwest. I'd like to know where downtown is.
second, I sit in on a lot of court sessions. And I thought of sending you all an email about, I think it'd be nice, and you've sat in a lot. It'd be nice for you to sit in on a court, city court or the district courts. When an issue is brought before the court, I see these judges being so kind and patient like you all are doing. But they have to weed out that which is relevant to what has been brought before them to judge and what is a lot of emotion. I sat in a case the other day. For 2 hours, they questioned a witness, and all the emotions got all over the place. And when the case finally closed up and the judge had to make a decision, the judge was all for the emotion and the tearing of these people apart and all of this. And the judge had to say, but that is irrelevant to the issue that was placed before me to judge. I think you've got to decide, do we want a new facility or we don't? If you decide no, then everything else goes away. If you decide yes, then that's a different discussion. Then it's, okay, what kind of a building do we build and how do we go about doing that? And if you want to have a committee doing that, then everybody in the city knows, everybody sitting on that committee is sitting there to decide the best way to build a building. Because the issue of, are we going to have a building or not have a building, has been taken off the table. It's no longer relevant. And so I got really confused here tonight because I thought there's one point of view, we need a building at this cost. Another point of view, we need a building, but we can do it cheaper. And then there's that group out there that they voted no because, like the individual told you, I don't want one at all. I don't think we need one. I don't care if they living out of a cardboard box or what. I don't want one. So I think there's three different things of thinking going on here. And I think the issue needs to be decided first. Is there, do we want one or don't we want one? And I think you can make that decision. You were elected to make the tough decision, just like a judge sits on the bench to make the tough decision. No matter how much the emotion is going all over the place. Of course, over the district courts, when they leave the building, they leave in a secured area and they leave real quick. I would like to, and I think there's a lot of seniors like me that aren't high-priced people, we don't own lots of land, we're just common everyday people that we put in our years, we're tired. We want you to take care of these day-to-day type things. But we do want to know what it is you're doing. And I think that's where a lot of this unnecessary emotions, because I worked with a lot of people that I really didn't like, that I really didn't trust. But we got along beautifully professionally because we all understood where we were going. So if the citizens understand we're going for a building, then all of those out there that are voting no because they don't want one, they will understand that that's not part of the vote anymore. And I don't think they've understood that. I didn't. I thought we were voting on whether we wanted a building at this price or a building at this price. But that's not what is before you. You have three different ideas there, concepts, mindsets. So you've got to decide, are you going to build one or you're not going to build one? And like a judge, you go to the facts.
We had Mocha and other professionals tell you, yes, you need these things for these reasons. You have two chiefs over there. We need this for these reasons. You have a judge in town. We need these things for these reasons. So go off of those reasons and make a decision. Yes, we need it, or no, we don't. If you say no, then let's move on with the other things. This whole thing, oh, let's put it off for another 3 years and all that. Oh, come on. It's like telling parents, okay, don't parent. Leave it to the school teacher to do it. Leave it to public education. I was there. That's not a good thing because there's too many, again, emotions. So decide what you're going to do and then put that out to the public and put it out plain and simple. We are going toward a new building, a new facility. And if you want to ask them to give you another vote, then okay. But the vote would be, no, we do not want a building at all, or yes, we do. Once that's decided, if the majority says, yes, we do want one, and these are the reasons why, then you can put together a committee that can be as diverse as can be. But if they all have the same goal, we're going to build a new building. The issue is how we're going to accomplish that. Are we going to spend a lot of money or a little bit of money? Even those who are against I don't know too many people in this day and age that wants to build something too costly if it's going to affect their purse. So I would, and it could be just me, but I would like to understand and have it known throughout the whole community. This is what we're doing, or this isn't what we're doing. And then these people that are for, against, and gee, I'm in between and all of that. In my 40 plus years, I found very few that said, well, I can be an open-minded person sitting on these various committees. We're really open-minded. Everybody has a point of view. And when in my profession, when they would turn viciously on you, as you've experienced, they'd say, well, I'm sure you have a particular feeling about it. Well, of course I do. It'd be dumb of me not to. But we're not here to do my agenda. We're here to do what we need to get accomplished. So if this kind of a building won't meet our needs, okay, let's go that way. But if there's a better way over here to do it, let's go that way. The point is, let's go and do it. And I'm glad that I was always one of those who sat on a committee, and I sat on a lot of them. Ugh. And I never went in with an agenda. Well, I always went in prepared, because I found a lot of people want to sit in on things, but they don't think it out from others' perspectives. We say we do, but most people don't. I'm grateful I was one who did. I never had a personal agenda that I put into the committee and all of that. I think there are other people who can do that too, whether they were, quote, for something or against something or anything. I think that's why some of these individuals stood up tonight and said, well, at first I was against it, now I'm for it, and maybe I'll change back. They're trying to be open-minded. But you'll always have those who come to a meeting. I guess that means my time's up. Like, as the Richards always used to say. I think I think what I'm trying to get across, and I'm probably not saying it very good, but I think, and I get tired of hearing people say that they don't trust you. Okay, so you don't. You have your opinion. You have your right to it. Some people may not like going into your establishment. Okay, all right. Or they may have thoughts, well, you could do it better if you did it this way. No, you're doing it the way you see that it needs to be done. So I'm trying to say there are things that are being discussed here that are irrelevant to the decision at hand. Either you're going to build one or you're not. And if you're not, tell the people we're not. If you are, tell the people, yes, we have made a decision. We voted on it. It was unanimous. It was 3-2, whatever it was. Then the people know where you stand. Now, if they want to, after that, if they still don't want to trust you, that's a different issue. That's their issue, not your issue. And if you decide, yes, we're going to, because right now, after listening to this all tonight, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. Are you talking about, yes, we have made the decision, we're going to build a new building? Then I need to understand that. Even little children understand that when their parents do parenting. Once they understand that this is no longer an issue of whether you get the candy bar or not, once they understand that, they're okay. So you have, as our council, our elected people, just like a judge, you have to make a very important decision. And if you decide, yes, we're going for a building, then stick to the material things that will accomplish that. And we don't need to spend another $100 and some thousand or whatever it costs to have another group come in to tell you the same thing you've been told several times. Because you've got professionals in this room who do this for a living. They know what the cost of materials are and so forth. And so I think you need to clarify to the citizenry and put it out there that the decision has been made that we're going to move forward. It was brought up in council. We've taken in all this input and we've decided this is necessary. And so we're going to go forward. Now, if you have feelings about how we should go forward, great. We're open to that. Because the other issue is no longer on the table. It's no longer that we're not. I personally have always worked very well under leaders that I know where they're wanting to go. And I taught a lot of people, both children and adults, at what is now our UVU. They like to know where the boundaries are that they're talking about, what you're trying to do with them, instead of them second guessing what's going on. What is the teacher really wanting out of me? What is mom and dad really wanting out of me? What is our council really wanting out of us citizens? I've taken too much time, but I don't think it's as complicated as everybody is making it out to be. Unless you're wanting to be some kind of politician out there, they make their living doing that, of confusing everything. And I'll say one more thing, because Ben's grinning. Sit in a court case. These attorneys, I think, are just so fantastic, because sometimes they have to represent someone that they just cannot stand. They don't want to sit near them. And yet when I see them come into court, they are the most congenial men and women, laughing about things, showing them pictures of grandkids and stuff. But when it comes to their case, then they stick to the facts. They stick to the issues, because those who don't, they take up a ton of time.
And the judges have to find a way of moving the case along. And again, I have to come back to the one, this individual came prepared beautifully with pictures, everything. And when it came down to the final moments, the judge said, I appreciate all of that. I understand your feelings, but that is irrelevant to what I get to vote on. Here are the facts, and so I'm going to vote on the facts. And sometimes it goes for them, sometimes it didn't. In this case, it didn't. And that poor citizen, they were just beside themselves. They just couldn't understand it because they didn't understand the rules of law. So bring some common sense back to all of this, because people getting up and saying, well, I'm just becoming so angry with my neighbors and everything. What a shame. What a shame. It's all right to have your opinion. I definitely have mine because I write to all of you. But I write to you sharing this is how I see something. I don't write to you saying, boy, you better do it my way or the highway. But, so thank you. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to?
I gotta hurry up, Mike. Harold McKay, 671 South 1500 East. I really hope you listen to Mr. Freeman, because of all the people I've heard tonight, I think I'm a decent judge of character, but that's the type of person that you're looking for. And not to say that anybody else is any, but there's so many others out there like him that really have the best interests of the city in their heart. And I agree that you should make that decision now, whether you're going to keep going with it or whether you're not, because that's a real sticking point for you. And if you make that decision, it doesn't have to be this year. It doesn't even maybe have to be next year, but it has to be on a year when you're really ready to go on it. The problem that I used to run into all the time was you get new council members every 2 years, and maybe that will be the case, maybe it won't. And sometimes that has an impact on what you do as well. But I'm glad I got to stay and hear that. He's always going to go. But not only makes good points about judges, but he made other points that were fantastic. You know, I mean, it just, if you couldn't feel that, then you're not, in my mind, seeing what type of people we really do have in the city, and that can serve on this committee, and that can be fair and impartial, and that can give you a good decision. And then ultimately, from that, I think the problem that you have with this other committee was they wanted to have their say. You are the people that make that decision, yay or nay with what you get. That's the bottom line, and that's why you're there. And I have confidence that you'll do that. And when you do that, stick with it and live with it. If you make a mistake, live with that as well and try to make amends for that. But you're on here because you wanted to be. You ran. Yeah, you're doing great. I've seen a lot of different things come up as you've learned in some of your first time out and learned over the years, and it does take time. And so, boy, I'm just glad I stayed to hear that, because I think it's really heartfelt. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carol.
Sorry, super fast. I think that because like when Molly got up and then Mr. Freeman and then Judge McDade, there was just kind of like more peace in here. It was nice. And I was just kind of thinking, you know, the random idea. It feels like the best way to do it, because last year, the ideas by, let's see, like last year, I'm trying to think, sorry, the whole plan that was kind of debunked, and everybody kind of fell off saying that it's not a valid plan because the council was accused of stacking the deck. And I mean, honestly, with all of it set aside, it's like there's people who are going to be against the random idea. There's people who are going to be for it. There's people who are going to be for the mayor doing everything, and there's people who are going to think that 6 minds in it are better than 1. But I think what it all comes down to is exactly Bruce Chestnut. I was talking to him about how they do stuff like this with Orem, because he's talking about how volatile it is around here right now. And he just said, take this thing off the plate for 6 months or more. And he said, just let it sit, because we're all attacking each other online all the time. And if a committee is formed tonight and it moves forward, then it continues. And it just continues to, everybody's rehashing what went wrong, and it will continue to be that way. So we talk about how can we all sit in a room with each other and be peaceful and come to a good decision. I honestly don't know that it can happen when emotions are this hot. And so what does it hurt if we take it off of the table for 6 months and then come back to it with more level heads? I just, that's just when Debbie said that, it just, everything clicked in my mind that it's totally true. We're just trying to ram this thing forward, and we've been doing that for 2.5 years, and maybe it's time to take a break. So that's all.
Anyone else?
One more. Fresh batteries.
Killed another one?
He's had a 3-hour life, so you got 3 hours. That's right. Eric Jensen, 120 North Main. Mr. Freeman, I'm not going to use up 3 mics, so I'm going to have to tell my kids, though, it had you in school that you used up 3 mics. So. And I gave Scott fair warning out in the hall that I'd ask him this question.
I have an answer for you.
Okay, thanks. I've been through many RFP processes, and there's usually a time frame associated with those that staff, city council, or mayor defines that by. And so my question is to staff or to Scott is, what is that time frame?
So what I have is just a time frame on the RFP. If the proposals are due April 2nd, we asked as part of the proposal process that each group tell us how long it's going to take them to do the study. So we didn't give them a time limit to say we need it by this time or this time. But as part of your proposal, you tell us, and then whoever's deciding on which firm is going to get it can take that into consideration.
So there's no timeline for them having that bid in or that process? Or...
Well, so the study or the proposal has to be submitted by April 2nd.
Yeah.
And what we're asking for is to do a study on these things. And when we put together, we didn't know, is this something they can turn around in a week or is it 2 months? And so we didn't want to put an artificial timeline in because our lack of knowledge. We just said, as part of your proposal, you tell us how long it's going to take you to turn around and bring a study back, something for us to act on. So some firms, I don't know, might say 3 weeks and others might say 6 months. To me, that's just part of the process. Whoever gets selected, that's one of the criteria that can be used to.
So is there a rough of all rough ideas that you can provide to the council, mayor, when you'd like to come back with this, or is that just open?
We won't know until we get the proposals.
So, mayor, CEO, city council, board of trustees, or whatever we want to call you, thank you for your service. Truly. To sit in those chairs, I can't imagine. Like I said, I've ran, but I hear what I hear, and I hear about the trust and mistrust. And like I said last time, it is a two-way street, and we do have to reach across and respect each other and treat each other civilly and work on that. We just can't come up here and I can't come up here and criticize Cindy because I haven't sat in her chair or Sherry or Jay. I do appreciate the work that you do for this city. And for the comments you brought, I can't imagine how many emails you receive and how many phone calls. And so I really appreciate that on our behalf of citizens. So thank you.
Anyone else?
It's a note to end on.
Yeah, you opened our meeting with a great prayer, and I agree with that comment. It's perfect.
So let me just ask the council, has the council changed its position on the need to begin again the research process into those things that are critical and may have a time frame associated with them for the health and safety of the public safety people that are doing the job? Do you want to postpone any work on this project for half a year or so? Or would you prefer to continue, as you stated before, in moving forward and letting this process kind of simmer in the background with a group, and when it's ready, it will come forward to the council for some kind of action? That would be a constant thing, not a one-time thing. So has your opinion changed tonight as far as moving forward or taking a break?
I'll go first. Mine is to take a break. And I guess I'm looking at the RFP and the study coming out. I guess I see that not coming out until June or July. And I think by the time we process it, evaluate it, it's too late for this year. I'm kind of leaning towards kind of letting it rest for a few months and take a look at the data and kind of go on from there.
Okay.
I'll second Jay's feelings about that, and also I appreciate the feeling or the spirit or whatever that is that has kind of evolved towards the end of these comments, and I'm sorry if I with Blaine and Mr. Such was short in any way in those communications back and forth, but would like to offer that apology. I feel like there's a good feeling about waiting, and I'm just going to say that that's the feeling I have about the situation and where we're at as a community, feeling the need that we need to maybe just step back and grow a little bit and extend a hand of fellowship and different things through the next little while. I just have a good feeling about it.
I'll go third for the dissenting opinion. And I heard at length after the November vote that the last thing people wanted to hear or see was us do nothing. The vast majority of the city felt like there's real needs that have to be met. We need to do something about them. We can't keep kicking the can. We've got to address the problems that we face in our public safety buildings. We've got needs. Talk of buildings collapsing on top of people. That we should be prepared and planning and moving forward. And I heard a lot of frustration over the holiday months from people saying, I appreciate that we're healing and waiting for the new year, but what's the plan? What's going to happen? Where are we going next? How are we going to solve the problems that the public safety professionals face? And so I think we can take our time. I don't think we need an artificial deadline, but I don't want artificial delays either. I want to see us address the problems that we face and not kick the can. I want to say maybe it takes 6 months for a committee to hash things out, to get to where they can vet things and feel like they're all on the same page. But boy, in the courtroom, Jack, one thing we do not like are continual continuances where we say, let's give it another 6 months for more discovery. Let's give it another 2 years to come up with a conclusion. One of the great skills a good judge has is forcing people sometimes onto a timetable that gets some results, gets some progress, gets something solved. So I respect the great need for healing. I feel like we've got a city of tremendously wonderful people on both sides of this issue and on every other. I think we've got good men and women in this community that care about each other and want to see things work. And I'd like to see us continue to talk. I think we can be civil. I think we can be functional. I think we can be effective, and we should be. We shouldn't put it off.
Okay. Sorry, too long.
Arm wrestle?
Sit.
I think based on the last two interactions over this topic, that I don't think waiting until we get the RFP back and maybe having an informal get together with both sides. It's just a casual barbecue, bonfire, restaurant meeting, cupcakes, I don't care what you want to call it.
I give a band, but everything
band, that would be great. That's fine. Karaoke. I'm up for that too. It's clear that we're still attacking each other. And I don't think shoving us all in a room again in a formal public meeting to hash it out when tensions are still this high is going to benefit anyone. I don't want to delay the process, but I think we're still moving because we have the RFP process moving forward. So we're still making that progress. But to rush through it and throw everyone in a room again and attack, I just don't think it's progress. I think we're taking a step backwards and we're still fighting. And I apologize to the residents as well. I'm feisty, I'm outspoken, I'm opinionated, and I will defend myself and what I believe in. And I know that can be even rude sometimes, and I apologize for that because that's not how I want to be as a resident, but I will defend what I believe in. But I think that interaction sometimes can be negative, so I apologize for that as well, along with Cindy, because that's not what I want. But sitting up here and it's like attack. I just don't think we're there yet to be thrown in a room again and let's battle this out. I don't want to battle anymore. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it online. I'm tired of it in person. I'm tired of it. I don't want to keep doing this. I just don't see any progress being made. And the last two meetings we've had about this, that's all it is. And I think we need to change what we're doing. And like I said, that's an informal get together and hard for my backyard. I don't care where it is. I'll offer that.
I'll help.
Okay, thanks, Jade.
I'll sponsor.
He'll sponsor the barbecue.
I'll make some meat.
I think that's kind of where we need to head and get to know each other a little bit more on a personal level, if you will. So it's not, here are the politicians and here are the residents and we don't trust in each other. And I think we need to get past that before we can even start talking about the progress of the public safety. And is it a need? Yes, it's not going away just because it was voted down 2 years. It's not going away. We need to address the problem. But the process of how we address that for the third time is what is going to be critical in the success of this project. And I don't see any progress being made over these last two meetings on this issue. And so I think we need to go about it in a different approach. The informal meeting, let's get to know each other, and so we're not attacking every time we get together. I don't want to act like that. That's not. But at the same time, my guard goes up, and I'm now defending myself and the council and the staff and the mayor, and I don't want to behave like that. And so I'm for waiting. I don't know if we necessarily need to wait 6 months. I think we need to get the RFP back. Let's go from there. Let's just kind of slow down a little bit. I mean, it's barely been 6 months since the bond. I don't even know if we're at the 6 month mark. I mean, let's just kind of let the dust settle and then we can get back into it and start moving. But I think we're still making progress. I think we're still rolling along, but this isn't good for our community. And those are my thoughts. I'm for continued RFP, working on it what we can, but as far as committees and names and let's continue fighting and throw citizens in a room and battle it out, no, I'm not there.
Yeah, it does.
It does?
Yeah.
It always does.
It always matters.
Persuade us.
That's not the last part, but. Joking.
Pickleball.
Wow. There was a full range of emotions there in the last few hours. Can I ask a question though first?
Sure.
Tell me what you're thinking about the neutral.
I still think the neutral's a good idea. I think we should let the mayor select a committee and run the committee and report back to the council on the progress of the committee. And that's my opinion.
And the 3-3-3 is still 3-3-3-2.
I think 3 is safe. Yeah, I think 3-3-3 is safe. No ties.
What do you see happening on the committee until the pass the RFP and through the study period?
I think we take the emotion of what we've experienced in these
Today,
roles, in the roles that we've all had to play with a common need, and we change it, and we bring to the table people that are able to still be passionate and level-headed about a direction and a need without becoming so emotional that there's no discussion. I'm going to give you an example, and you might be able to relate to this. I just spent 2 uninterrupted weeks with my wife, far away from here. And there were times when I looked at her and I looked at her face and I thought she was angry. And so I said, "What's wrong?" And her mind was on, well, I can't decide if I want to buy that or I want to buy that. And I thought she was mad at me. We've been married for over 30 years. So I'm just looking at this thinking, perhaps a change of faces and a change of management of the decision-making process or the research process will help us continue to make progress on something that may or may not be life-threatening to the people that are doing the work, and eliminate a lot of the strong anti-dialogue that's taking place or has taken place. So if there are those that feel that they're passionate about it, but they can't sit in the room with someone else and compromise and find solutions because their position is dead set, then those are probably not the people that are going to help us solve the problem. What we need are people that are passionate, need to be able to solve the problem, but can still communicate with someone else and find common ground. At the end of the day, this council and previous councils and a large group of citizens have all expressed that there are needs that have been kicked down the road too far, and we may be in some very dangerous situations. We do not want to be the city that finds out that we should have done something and we didn't. Now, to what extent that work is that needs to be done, that is the work of the committee. And that needs to be done whether we're ready to do it or not. This isn't about me. It's not about us. It's not about the people in the room. It's about, as I understand it, there are some issues that need to be addressed. And we need to find out whether they can wait or not. And when we find out, we need to already be prepared to take action, not just getting started. I mean, I saw some buildings that have been standing for 2,000 years, built on top of other buildings that were destroyed and had also stood for 2,000 years. I'm amazed. I took pictures and I was joking with my fire hat and my police hat, taking pictures going, here's the new PD, here's the new fire department, here's the police. Look, it's still standing. I think sometimes we have such a narrow view that we're clouding the issue. And if we can remove ourselves from that and remove our emotion and focus on what we need, maybe we're going to solve the problem. Maybe we're going to find out that she's not thinking that you did something wrong. She just wants to buy this, and she's wondering if you're thinking it's okay, because the price is okay.
By the way, that's 90% of all women.
Shut up and pay. I'm sorry?
That full zinc roof.
I was in Israel.
Israel.
Now, if you want to talk about fighting, tension, controversy, and day-to-day general rudeness and duking it out, come visit with me if you have a couple of weeks. We'll talk. What I don't like is Washington, D.C. politics coming to Pleasant Grove, Utah. I want to change that. That's my goal. I believe the process that I've outlined is the way to help us address the very concerns that the council has and the concerns that most of our citizens have. So I'm just asking for some support, but I will do whatever the council says because that's the form of government we have. Diana?
I love creative solution spaces, and this is clearly today we have proven that we have a lot of alternatives at that level. There's still a lot of anger. There's still a lot of, and I think most of it's directed at us. I actually think that there was more kindness, interaction amongst the groups than there was towards us. I don't care about control. I don't care about micromanaging. I do care that there's a lot of people in this room that think that they're right. I used to take kids on 30-day survival programs. So I see a 30-day survival program here. If I could take the committee. I want to offer my help. So, I don't see this being fast, but I would like the process to start. I'm actually very, very sad.
Finish that thought so that we're not hanging.
I think I can be trusted. I actually enjoy everybody up here. I enjoy the thought process. I enjoy the conversation. I actually trust. I'm very sad that you guys don't trust us. I think we're all doing a really good job.
So let me say this about our council. I am really pleased with the whole change that I've seen in this council since before coming back to serve as a mayor. Beginning that process, it started the day after the election and it was tense. And everything that's gone on, I think, has been a step forward towards progress. I have seen compromise. I have heard discussion between council members that I didn't think was possible. I've seen softening of hearts. I've seen egos drop. I've seen sacrifice being made. I've seen the same thing with citizens on all sides of this issue. I've talked to many people. I have great hope for the city of Pleasant Grove. I believe that we can solve this problem and we can solve this problem peacefully. I think we need to continue to move forward and set our emotional differences aside and just focus on what is right, not who is right. That's what we were elected to do. And I think the citizens will trust when they feel that we are focused on what is right. And it's not because we have bad intent. We don't. We may be inexperienced and unskilled at research and presentation of material. But I don't think anyone here has bad intent. Quite the opposite. I've talked to each of you individually, and I know what you care about, and I support this council. I will carry out what this council asks me to lead. That is the form of government that we have. I am asking the council to let me help you get through this particular issue, and let me help the city get through this issue. We need to get to the other side of this problem. I believe I can get us there if you will help me bring the team together and support that process. I believe we can get there. But I will understand if you feel in your wisdom that now is not the time. And I will support you either way. Heck, it makes my job easier if you say no. I have more time to go concentrate on the movie theater and a bunch of other things. But unfortunately, I feel like this is very critical. I do not want to find out when the RFP comes back that the building should have been replaced 10 years ago. And it's about ready to crumble. Because I was just in a place where nothing is left standing after the earthquake except the things that were built in stone inside the rock. So council, tell me what you want to do.
Mayor, I don't think we're arguing in the fact, or not arguing at all, not using that word anymore, in the fact that we are wanting to move forward. I think we all agree with you on the fact of the emotion and what's going on, and I think, so I think we're with you as far as that's concerned, but I still want to just reiterate that I think that we need more time.
So you want to take a break? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not, take a break. Let's just sit back and.
Is there time?
And I don't think we need to put a time on it. I feel like as the RFP comes back and we get that on the agenda and we discuss it and go through the normal processes and everything, I think will meet the needs of what needs to happen in the city.
Should I call on you? Sid?
Yeah, I agree. I just think we need to take some time, and we've been talking about this nonstop for 2.5 years, and we need to keep moving forward, but something's not working.
So take a break.
Take a break. And I think 6 months is too long, but I think we need to get the RFP back. We go from there. We just, like Cindy said, we just go along the process and we follow the process and we don't rush, because that's what people have said, that they felt this was rushed. And in the meantime, we bring the groups together and we meet. And I do disagree, Mayor, with what you said with it doesn't matter about us or you or the council or people in this room. It actually does. The people in this room are the ones who are affecting the success or failure of this project. And I think it's the very people in this room that need to get along, or it won't matter how we form the committee or who's on the committee or what the committee talks about. It will be a disaster and it will be unsuccessful from the first thing that's put together. Unless we can come together and figure everything out before it even starts, but throwing us all back in the lion's den again, I think we're back to year 3 of what we've been experiencing. So I want to wait at least for the RFP to come back, and hopefully that's going to be in few weeks, a couple months.
April 2nd is when we get the proposals.
Okay, and I think that's even a reasonable amount of time, and like I said, we have where'd Greg go? The sponsored barbecue and meeting and whatever you want to call it, and if everyone still has feelings, we come down and we try and do something to kind of heal what's happened.
Okay. Ben?
You have my support. I think it's the right solution. I think there are things that have not been tried that can be tried. This is a big piece of the solution for our city. I am 100% on board. I don't want to wait. I want to have things happening simultaneously. I don't want to have us moving forward. I want to have us together. I want to have us meeting, talking, forming a committee as part of the healing process. So I'll sit on the desk and start quoting Captain, my captain, if you want, but I'm on your side. I think it's the right answer.
Not only that means that we don't support you, Mike.
No, I'm just asking, take a break or move forward.
I know, but I don't want to come across it because that we want to take a break, but we're not supporting what you're saying, and that.
I've already said whatever the council decides, I will abide. Diana?
My heart says slow down, my head says keep going. So
Your third body part that we could.
I was gonna say something.
Her voice.
Is there a neutral body part?
What your voice says.
We're just not gonna go there.
Oh, please, can I? I think this is going to naturally take some time. So I think by the time the RFP comes back, I think it would be okay for us to have some names.
So does that mean you want to take a break or you want to move forward?
I would like to keep moving forward, but that.
Shut up and pay.
I don't have Ben's urgency, but I don't have 6 months. So I'm thinking that we start gathering names. This is going to take more time than, we're not going to have a committee next week.
That is correct. It's going to take more time than perhaps we're anticipating right now.
Right.
By the time the RFP, and if a decision is made, then they need their time to do the work. By the time we've advertised and vetted people that would volunteer to participate and get to that time frame, it's going to be a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be this week. But I need an answer. Are we moving forward or are we taking a break?
Move forward.
Okay.
Break the tie, Jay.
Jay?
Sorry,
I guess I'm okay with you moving forward with the committee. I don't see the committee engaging for quite a few months, is the way I see it. And maybe creating the committee gives the committee a chance to bond or heal within the committee. I almost get that sense that's why you want to put the committee together.
Yes.
I guess if that's the purpose, I'm okay with it, but I don't see a rush. Like I mentioned before, I see the process taking months.
Yes.
And I don't think the committee's going to be up and able to select on the RFP.
Correct.
But I guess I'm in support of you starting a committee, but with an understanding that they're not gonna really engage.
First month is free barbecues and concerts.
Oh.
And movies. I'll throw that one in too.
So Jay, what does that mean moving forward? Does that mean we're advertising for people who want to be on the committee, or what does that mean? Is that like the next step, or what's the next step?
I think if that's the way the mayor wants to go, I think that process is not gonna be rushed either. I think that's gonna take a while. I think it's gonna take some consideration. It's gonna take some time to get the names in. I don't think it's an overnight process of making the selections or putting the names in the hat. I guess I'm seeing time taken to develop the committee, time taken to educate the committee on what the intent is and what the purpose is. And
A month-long survival program.
and then, you know, even months after that, getting them engaged. Is that?
That's what I see. A
So, I
very
mean-
steady, deliberate process.
So, I mean, we're, in my opinion, looking at it, we're looking at a longer process that's, you know, 6 weeks or so.
So it's also wondering, what's the next step?
So I would think that the next step is we've had a lot of input from our citizens on a variety of subjects. And we have the minutes, we have the recorded minutes, and I've tried to keep some notes here as people have made comments, and I've tried to keep some notes on your concerns as well. And I think that we're all a little bit nervous, a little bit gun shy to charge forward haphazardly and create a bigger problem than it has existed before. I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to be more deliberate in the process of forming a good team that has a clear understanding of what their responsibilities are, the ultimate responsibilities, and also to make sure that we have our citizenry represented as far as people that were for and against. And again, I'll reiterate, the neutral people are people who can hold others accountable for statements or thoughts that maybe have no founding, no basis, in fact, and that takes place within the committee. Both sides, either way, doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, what we end up with is recommendations that the council can understand, get behind, and that the citizens can understand and get behind. So that it's not a 51-49, whatever the vote was, but it's like 75-25. There's that much clarity in the work that's been done, and there's no deadline here. It could take us a couple of years to do this right. So that's what I see. Slow and steady progress.
Okay, and I do have a question. So we're gonna get a list of people who are interested in succumbing to this group.
Wait, sorry, what do you mean I thought we're putting it out for the public too.
I know.
Is that what you mean?
And so then we'll get the list of people that have said count again.
Okay.
In what forum do we select those that are running?
This is my opinion. Forgo the hat and let the mayor appoint on the advice and consent of the council, which I think is how we do every other appointed committee in this city.
So is that in this kind of a meeting?
Yep.
I'm not talking about personal names in front of people. I refuse to do that. I don't want to be in that position. I don't think it's fair to the person in the audience. And that's another reason I want to do it randomly. So I don't feel comfortable doing that as an elected official talking about names in the public. I don't.
So then you want to definitely do the hat.
I want to do the hat for more than one reason. It seems odd.
No, it doesn't seem odd to me. I get that argument.
I mean, weird, odd, whatever you want to call it, but my reasoning behind it is one, I don't feel comfortable talking about names, and two, I don't want to be accused of for the third year of stacking a committee or choosing our people against one another. I don't want to do that again, and I feel it sets us up to do that.
Then let me be accused of stacking the deck. I will come forward with the names that were submitted, select them, present them, drop them in the buckets, and you guys will just draw the names out. Someone has to decide whether the person is for or against.
But that's for the job description that's going to be written up and presented to the public, and that's why they're going to submit their name. I mean, to me, the first step is writing up the requirements or commitments of the committee. So everyone knows, okay, I'm going in as a for, I'm going in as against, I'm going, whatever it is. I can't commit because I travel, I can't commit because that to me is the first step. And then we put out there to be open and transparent because frankly, I think a lot of people are tired of hearing from both groups. And they want their voice to be heard, not just one group or the other group, but they want their voice to be heard. And we continually for these two groups, that's all we're getting. And I think people want a chance to give their opinion. So they look at the job description, whatever you want, I'm just calling it job description. They look at the committee description, decide if that's something for them, they put their name in, it's randomly drawn out. No one, us, is held accountable. It's just, this is what it is. We have people who feel they are qualified and they can make that determination on their own based on the description that we write. But I'm not talking about people in public meeting like that.
I understand that. So let me take that part away and go back to the hat. But let me put the names in the hats. Let me put the names in the for hat, the name in the against hat, and the name in the neutral hat.
But how would you get the names?
Because they're going to submit them. We're going to advertise on the internet. We're going to send it out in the newsletter. Heck, we'll go door to door. I don't want to do that.
The two next doors.
We will do the best we can to get the word out there, get the names back.
But I guess I'm asking, are you going to, before the names are drawn, are you going to announce who is in each hat?
No, I won't. Out of respect for your and their.
But why does that matter? Because they put their names
We'll
in
know
themselves.
who's in the hat.
We're gonna know?
No,
How is that being transparent though?
nobody will know but me. So
But then why even have a process? But how is that being transparent?
Trust.
Okay, but that's what's lacking between the entire community. So now we're taking away a step. where we don't
Big
have
man
it.
with the mayor.
Transparency, not saying it to a person, you know exactly where that decision was made. That's transparency. You know
to
exactly.
be held accountable.
And if we hate it, somebody pops out of a hat that's the wrong hat, we get this guy out of office.
I just,
Couple of years.
that's just part of being transparent. And if they submit their name, they're going to be out there in the public. I don't see why you would hide who's in the hats. Like that doesn't.
Not hide.
Well, that's what it is, because you would reveal who's in the hat. But why would you not reveal who's in the hats?
Because you have requested not to discuss their names in public.
But that's
That
not
means you've
discussing
also
their names.
requested not to discuss whether they're for, against, or anything about them.
But they're submitting that themselves. They know they're going to
But
be
they
in a
may
public
not be
meeting.
telling the truth. I'm just being frank with you. Let's be honest here. I mean, no matter how we try to do this, someone has to look at the list and validate that it's not being stacked.
But that's
And
what's
if we
gonna happen
can't
if you're
trust
going on to do
anybody
that.
to do that, then we should just retreat and go back to the council making a decision as they were elected to do, and just present it to the public and let the public decide.
Need a vote.
It is 10:49. I need a motion to go past
Mayor, I
11.
move that we go past 11 o'clock if that's necessary.
Okay. Do you have a second? If we don't have a second, we're okay. I mean, we just died.
We have to end at 11.
You died?
We're done.
We end at 11 minutes.
Don't die on the
I'll
vine.
second, let's get this
All in favor?
dealt with.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So, there's a lot of unanswered questions, Sid. I understand that. I understand that there's a lot of unanswered questions. And frankly, I don't have all the answers. I'm not going to pretend like I do. What I'm saying is I have a belief that there is a way to do this and achieve transparency, dignity, fairness, and get everybody to make the right choices here. And that while we may not all agree on everything that takes place at the end of the day, we're going to know what the citizens want because they will have spoken and we will hear them and it will be clearer because all of the options will have been looked at. We'll know the extent to which shafts and roofs and everything need to be repaired, replaced, moved. We'll know all the costs. We'll know how big the thing should be, what it's going to cost, what the options are. And all of those things will be presented by everybody who had any position on this. And because they've done this work together, the people that they've communicated with will trust the results of what they've come up with and they'll send it out and you'll get it back.
I guess I'm going back to how is this random if there's only one person selecting the people that go in the house? Then
It's not random. I'm just trying to appeal to or appease the council's desire for this invisibleness and not discussing names ahead of time and being completely transparent and yet still make sure that the people that have submitted their names are actually qualified and available to do the job and that they're in the right hats. That has to be done. It's not going to happen on its own. It has to be verified.
Can I make a suggestion as a possible solution to an impasse?
Yeah.
In my view, the discretion of an individual is impossible to remove from the equation. You've got to have that. You've got to have discretion somewhere in there. It's most clearly accountable. We know exactly what discretion was exercised. And if he were to say,